Family, Rumble, YouTube, what's good? What's happening? Ironwork 92,000 in the house in full effect. I'm here. I'm live. I'm alive. Yes. Whew. Man, I know we've been dragging this out and it's been a wild week. I get it. This is actually a part two of the Urbano Monte map, deciphering the first quadrant that we decided to cover, right? The southern part of Africa, covering that whole quadrant and continent, and just making it happen. So first first things first, let's get into the chat and let's greet everybody that's here. And it's my bad, y'all, that I've kicked this down the road. And it's a little bit difficult, especially for the grown folks that got work and life happening and everything else. But for those of you guys that could come, I appreciate you. And gradually, of course, we'll be accepting the rest of the family. First off, Shannon Emerson, what's happening? Ida Hill, what's happening? What's good? I appreciate you guys. You guys are like Voltron coming up here doing what it is that you do. Derek Nelson, what's going on, man? Man, and it's a Friday too. So for you guys to be here right now, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you guys could be anywhere else. And we know what's going on tonight. It's going to be Flat Earth Friday with the Ghost of Judah tribe here at midnight. But something to cleanse the palate, to kind of warm us up before we roll into Ghost of Judah tribe's joint here later on today. I figured I'd present, right? And so I don't know if you guys were here the last time, but we covered some of the first quadrant south of Africa in the Urbano Monte map. And I could go over it again, and I'd be a lot quicker with it as opposed to the last time where, you know, the panel that we had, and it was Dave and myself, and Lowry was also there too, right? And so we had a pretty full panel, and we discussed much of the map, and we kind of loosely went around from place to place, east to west, and discovered, and we found some stuff, right? I'd say one of the more striking discoveries was the Bering Strait. What we found over there, originally it wasn't called the Bering Strait, it was called Strato Anian, the Anian Strato, right? And that was pretty cool. And we found that Anian, or Aniano, was one of the guys that helped put the Urbano Monte map together. And we also found that Marco Polo helped contribute to making that map, which that was just extraordinary. Like that man, see, that's the thing I love about the chat. You know what I'm saying? We help find some new stuff, and that stuff is mad crazy. It's over the top. It gets me excited. If I could, man, I'd spend my load and we could do this every day, all week. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, everybody has a life, and I've got to kind of stick to a schedule, so then that way I'm not messing with y'all. But things being the way they are, I appreciate you guys, being able to spend the time with us, and we could kick it and we could figure this stuff out. I think this map is very important. Whatever hasn't been discovered, or whatever hasn't been covered by anybody else that has tried to figure out this map, and maybe they didn't find some things. I mean, maybe I could find some stuff, maybe you guys could find some stuff in the chat. But as we kind of comb over this map, I think it's important that we just kind of blink, refresh our eyes, take a step back, and just give it another chance. You know what I'm saying? This map just deserves a lot of attention, probably a little bit more than we think. And so we can't leave it to the institutions to try and figure stuff out, because as we covered this map, we went and we were looking at those empty boxes, right? I'm just giving an example. So we went in these empty boxes, right? And let me show you guys again. And we kind of spoke about that the other day, right? And let me present to you guys the screen, right? We're going to the Urbano Monte map. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share with you guys again the map. If you guys didn't have it the last time, and oh, I made a boo-boo. I was supposed to put in the description box of the last video that, but if you look in the chat right now, you're going to see the link to the Urbano Monte map, the interactive map. so you guys could follow along with me, and we could kind of look and tear this map up, right? So let me stop popping my gums about the map in that regards, and let's go. Let me go to what I was showing y'all. So we can't leave it to the institutions, because there's a good possibility that the powers that be, i.e. the institutions, could mess with this map, and they could mess with these boxes. Now I don't want to place blame on anybody per se, but you could see that this box, these empty, quote unquote, empty boxes, you find pubes in them, right? I'm going to zoom in. You see this little piece of pubes in here. I can't zoom in anymore. But if I zoom out, you can also see that this box was written in. They wrote in these boxes, right? What they wrote in these boxes, I have no idea. But it's a guess. It's me speculating that there's a possibility that they wrote in these boxes, and if they wrote in those boxes, or Urbano Monte wrote in that box, maybe either he removed it, or guys with some kind of know-how, they removed it, right? I'm kind of leaning towards the latter, strictly because we know how devious and sick some of these societies can be. Unfortunately, ours as well. Nobody's perfect, but it is what it is. Excuse me. Mm. So I'm saying all that to say we need to put a critical eye on this map, right? And not take anything for granted. Definitely not. But this is why we work together. We work together so we can figure this puzzle of a map out, and we don't leave it up to chance, or we don't leave it up to the University of Standard. That's crazy. University of Stanford to try and figure that out for us, right? I don't trust them. Whether it's a university or, some of these people with big money, I do not trust them. That's just me though. So you guys have the map. If you don't have it, let me know. Also, before I continue, you guys see me good? Just give me a thumbs up. If you see me and hear me good, give me a thumbs up, right? If you don't, just let me know. Ooh, and before we kick it off with the map, I know we want to talk about the map. I want to talk about something else, right? I am at a good friend of mine's house. He's also a former shipmate of mine, and we served in the military together. We served in the Navy together, and he's got something that I think you guys would find quite interesting, right? Who here, everybody in the chat, put a one up if you've ever heard of Royal Rife. Royal Rife, Royalrife, right? And his Royal Rife machine. Just put a one in the chat if you've ever heard of it. Now, Half Warrior, hey brother, what's going on, man? It's good to see you. All right, Shannon, of course, doesn't surprise me. Of course, Shannon Emerson is going to have been heard about the Royal Rife machine. Dylan Heron, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Half Warrior, it is amazing to see you, man. Long time, bro. Hopefully everything's going well. This is some stuff for anybody that's dealing with an ailment, anybody that's dealing with some kind of issues health-wise, right? Physically. Let me tell you something. See Lightning. Oh my God, 300. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you in such a long time, brother. Welcome, man. It's good to have you. Now, guys, so I'm with my friends over here, right? And of course, like I mentioned, my buddy, we served in the Navy together. A couple of these guys were here together, right? And at their house, they have got a rife machine. I never seen one of these in my life, in real life. I've heard about them. I've looked online. I've even thought about getting one myself. Now, I'm not going to get into detail as far as what their ailments were necessarily, but let me tell you, these guys use this Royal Rife machine and it works like a champ. It's here in my face as I look at it. These guys have some contraption set up, and it positively affects them. Okay, you guys streaming in, don't forget as you come in, make sure to give me them thumbs. You know what I'm saying? Give me them thumbs and give me them likes. You know, like, share, sub if you haven't. If you're shadow watching, stop shadow watching and actually watch. Give me a like, give me a sub, right? And also share this content, because what I'm going to discuss, yes, it's going to be the map, but we're going to talk a little bit about this Rife machine. If you don't know, Royal Rife was a pioneer in the medical and scientific field, right? And I'm going to speak a little loosely about him and then his machine and then the effects that the machine has on the human body. So he came up with a machine, and I'm sure a lot of you guys that know about Royal Rife might know in a little bit more detail about him and his life and his machine, but he came up with a machine that it's like a signal generator, right? Or a SIGGEN, right? A signal generating machine that produces frequencies that ultimately affect or ultimately pretty much get rid of parasites. And when I say parasites, I'm not just talking about, you know, just small little microbes and stuff. Well, yes, small little microbes, parasites. You know what I'm saying? Just parasites. But it's not just those small little microbes. It could be black mold. It could be bed bugs, not bed bugs, but crabs. If you have them, hey, look, man, that's none of my business. It's your business if you got them. You know what I'm saying? But it gets rid of them. Parasites, and it parasites, and I'm talking about things like cancer. Now, here's the disclaimer, y'all. I am not a freaking doctor. I am not a medical doctor. I am not a witch doctor. I am not Dr. Pepper or Dr. J. But I'm telling you, these guys got this machine, and the wonders that it does for them is through the roof. It has absolutely changed their attitude, right? I guess, and their approach on how they tackle ailments, right? We're so used to, especially in this Western society, and me included, us included, right? Even though we like to look for alternatives on getting things done, we're so used to taking a pill, getting a shot, taking a pill, getting a shot, right? Things like that, when everything is, and we know, if anybody knows, it is this family right here, right? We know everything is electromagnetic, everything is frequency based. This Rife machine is just that. So if you have a parasite, if you have these crabs, these ailments and stuff like that, the way this Rife machine right here works, it takes a small sample of your DNA, whether it's a cheek swab. I'm going to take a stab at it and say that whether you provide a piss sample, all y'all that like to provide stool samples, I don't know if we've gotten that far yet. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Or don't do it. Get it? Right? Do it. Anyway, I'm here all week. But but it takes a sample of your DNA with the samples that I just mentioned. And then what it does is they have it to where they have it hooked into a laptop, a separate laptop, right? They have this Rife machine. It 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 takes your DNA sample, and it lets you know what the ailment is that you got. So if you've got, say you got hemorrhoids or something like that, right? And then you've got a tricky stomach, you've got problems with your stomach, and then you give them like a cheek swab, piss sample, something like that. Um, you could provide that with the this machine that you hook into the Rife machine, and then it breaks it down somehow. I don't know. But no, don't poop in a jar, Dylan Heron. Please don't do that. I'm not saying to do that, not at all. But once it figures out your DNA, right, it can give you recommendations. And then what it does, I thought I was losing my mind when I heard this. It also sends out the proper, it tunes the prop to the it tunes to the proper frequency, sends that frequency to your system, to your aura, and then it gets rid of whatever that parasite is that's messing with your body. I swear to you, what I just said is what it does. You know what I'm saying? You provide a sample. Hey, Riley Studios, what's going on, family? D Light in the house, what's going on? All right, it's good for you guys to come in. Come in. As you come in, make sure you like, make sure you sub, make sure you share this content, because what I'm telling you is it's not even revolutionary. Because the Rife machine, if you don't know, it's been around for quite some time, right? But even though we hear about it, we know about it, we don't, I wouldn't say, I don't know if capitalize is the right word, but we don't attack it or we don't go after it. But this machine works. I swear it works. And the testimony that I'm getting from my friends and his wife is that, like, they haven't needed to go to use medicines or any of those nonsense that we talk bad about. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to mess with that stuff from the pharmaceuticals, anything like that. It's crazy. Matter of fact, let me see if I could show you. Uh Holly, can I please? Thank you. So I'm gonna show you what it is that I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get off this right here. I'm gonna have I'm gonna get this map off, right? And I'm gonna have my buddy's wife come on here, and then she could better tell you how this machine works, because I'm just messing it all up. You know what I'm saying? So let me stop popping my gums, and then let Holly get on. Holly, come on, just Holly, go ahead, get on. Talk to the guys. It works the same. Let me get that. Just introduce yourself. Talk to them like you normally.
Hi, everybody. I love how you put me on blast like this. So, my name's Holly Cave, and we're good friends here. So, I was telling about the Rife machine that we have. Um, we started using it because we had some elements going on in the family with some illnesses, and we were in and out of hospitals and doctors and scans, and nobody could give us an answer for what was going on with us health wise. So we ended up seeing a holistic doctor. Actually, she was a chiropractor, and she does her whole practices with the Rife machine. And so I was having a real bad kidney issue, or actually liver area pain. And so I was a little skeptical, but I was desperate. Went and saw her. She ran the codes for liver flu. So apparently, all my pain came from having parasites. And so, anyways, she put me in a room, ran the frequencies on me for the liver flukes. Next day, ended up visibly passing them. When I went to the restroom, and there was hundreds of them. And so all the pain had gone away in my liver. So then I became a believer. We bought the machine, and my whole family uses the Rife machine. And we haven't been on antibiotics or steroids or any sort of medication for years now since we've been using that. It's really, really amazing. So, but yeah, it's pretty great stuff. So, I wish I could show you what it looks like. I don't know if wow, this is crazy. Hi, everybody. Um, so yeah, Julian. So what else do you want me to share with them? Do you want to show them what it looks like, or do they know? Okay, yeah.
Hold on. You keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. Okay. So also my family, recently, the last house we lived in, we didn't realize that we were living in black mold. And so we all got pretty sick from that. And luckily we had the Rife machine. So we've been able to completely detox and cure ourselves from having all of the black mold in us. So it's been really amazing. Without having this, we would still be pretty sick and having to deal with having to get it out of our systems on a cellular level. So this machine is fantastic. I'll show you what it looks like. And I don't know all the scientific terminology behind the machine, but yeah, you can, yeah. I just know that it absolutely works. So here is,
I'll hold on to the probes if you want.
You get the probes. So this is the GB4000. This one is amazing. And so I bought these tubes with high powered saline quartz, and copper. And so these you place next to the machine, and it'll treat anybody and anything, the house, the dogs, the cats, but within 20 feet of these. And so you just put in the codes. Let me show you.
You want me to get the book?
Yeah, let me set these down. So in this book
You can give me
has
the probes, I'll take it.
has all of the frequency codes, and like you just look at the code, look it up, and you program it into the machine. And like I said, those probes make it to where it'll treat 15 to 20 feet in the room. Is pretty amazing. Then I have a second machine, which is it's called the Spooky 2, which I don't know why they called it that. But
It's
anyways,
like SPQ. SPQ is like the
here he
like
goes.
the antenna nomenclature and stuff like that.
Yeah, see, I would have never. I don't know what that is, but
Like a spook 9, spook 2.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Cool. See, I learned something. But so I've got the Spooky 2, and that one you can do. You put DNA in the remote, and it heals remotely. So quantum entanglement, right? Yeah. So, but anyways, that one's pretty amazing. So you can just put a DNA sample in that, put the frequency codes in the machine, and voila. So pretty spectacular. Yeah. Anything else?
It, testimonies. I think they want to know how it can be used. Give them examples and stuff. How it's her phone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So there was this one time that my daughter was sick. We were living in the black mold, which we didn't know at the time we were living in mold, and it was making us sick. We just had all these illnesses that we couldn't figure out what was going on. It was a silent attack that we didn't know was happening in our house. So my daughter was really sick, and so I thought, huh? Yeah, because she was super healthy. There was none of those illnesses made any sense, and we had the Rife machine, and I'm like, "What are we doing wrong?" Anyways, come to find out later, we didn't know we were living in the black mold. So, um, so I ran the Spooky 2 on her, and I hooked her up to the TENS pads, and the pulse reader, and did a biofeedback on her. And what I didn't know is that at the time is that you have to turn your phone off and completely put it out of the room, out of sight, nowhere near you. You can't have a TV on. But anyways, at the time when I did the biofeedback on her, she was, what was your phone was on, Ray? Her TV was on, and I didn't realize she had it on. And anyways, so when I went to go read the biofeedback after that, it had picked up, um, it had said that she was having high radiation exposure, and that she was EMF toxic, and that she was having night terrors. And I asked my daughter, I said, "It says you're having night terrors." She goes, "Mom, I was," because she had high fever. And she said that she was having bad nightmares. So, I mean, you got to be a believer if it's picking up the actual facts in that moment. And it also, at the time, was picking up. I'm gonna probably say these words wrong, but the different mold types that we were dealing with was Aspergillus, Penicillium, and anyways, the big ones. Um, but it was actually picking those up on her biofeedback. I didn't know that that was actually the case, but I went back on the biofeedbacks that I had saved, and sure enough, those were popping up on there, and we didn't even know it. So, full believer, if you have any elements that you're dealing with, I strongly suggest you try. I mean, you could do treat for cancer, you can treat for, which um, a lot of times is parasitic. And so, if you can get rid of the invaders, then you can heal from a lot of disease. So, full believer in the fact that we all completely need to do a parasite cleanse, and you need to do them often. So, so the Rife machine is a great way to do that. But um, so on the Spooky 2 machine, it's really neat because, say for instance, when we moved into this house, we moved out of the toxic house. We moved into this house. Well, seeing as we're basically in a field that's been untouched, so we've got had lots of critters, and um, so my dog's got a flea infestation, something awful. So, but what is neat about the Spooky 2 remote, wherever you put the, I'm going to take, see if you can see this, if I can pull this over. So this is the Spooky 2. And right now I'm running frequencies on my husband and I for a hangover because we had lots to drink last night. So hangover and liver support. But inside of this remote is our DNA. And so, but anyways, my animals had a flea infestation. And so I took one of the fleas and put it inside of that remote. Let me show you it. Inside of the remote, and it completely got rid of all of the fleas. So I just put it in a little piece of paper. It's like these stickers that it comes with. And so you place the flea in between these and put it in the machine, and it sends frequencies to the whole every flea in the house. And so it actually worked. Next, I'm going to try to do the big giant ant pile that has taken over my flower bed. So I was gardening yesterday and I'm covered in ant bites. They're just nasty. So I thought, what kind of chemicals am I going to spray? What am I going to, and then it dawned on me, I could just put it in the Spooky 2. So that'll be my next test. And I'm super anxious to see if it actually works, which I think it will. So I'll have to let Julian know how that goes so he can share with you guys the result on that. But I think it's going to work. It's actually pretty fun. So any other stories, Ray? There's like a million of them, but which ones? Huh? Yeah. So a big one is moving into this house is also really cool because um, so the house that was toxic, we ended up sending a swab of the vent to a reputable company, mold, to where they can test it and see what kind of molds we're dealing with, if it's toxic or how many spores, whatever. I hear the bug zapper. I think there's one called the bug zapper. I hear that one's really good. I on the groups that I follow, I've heard of that one. But yeah. So anyways, I sent the swab from the vent, and the guy calls back and he says, "Ma'am, you have 1.9 million spores on this swab." He said, "That is astronomical, and you and your family need to get out ASAP. And when you leave, you cannot take anything from your house, because you will then, um, um, what's the word? You'll get it in the new house. So it'll take over your new house." Um, so when we moved, we didn't bring anything with us. But the cool thing is that I can run the Rife machine, the GB4000, with the wands, and that will treat within 20 feet. So I would always run it in the rooms to make sure we didn't bring any. We kept a few things, but so we just ran codes on those. And then, but what is really cool is that, and I don't have a swab from the old house, but I could have put it, I didn't know at the time, but I could have put a sample of the mold in the remote, and it would have taken care of all of the mold in the house. So instead of having to know specifically what kind, you just put the sample of the mold in there. So yeah. But what else? Are you ready to take it back? I've given all kinds of stories. So,
Okay.
but this has been really fun. Thank you for letting me jump on.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think it's great that you're here, and it's just perfect timing that
Yeah.
God's
And
given
your
us this
people are
opportunity.
freaking awesome.
They are
I love
amazing.
these people.
These
Yeah.
guys are absolutely
Yeah, I
amazing.
love it.
Yeah, they're
Well, here,
necessary.
let me give you back to your boy. So nice meeting you all.
All right. Thanks, Holly. You're welcome. All right. Hey y'all get my face up in here. I know. Y'all could cry. I'm the onion in the house. Whatever. Everybody, that was Holly Cave. She's amazing. That's my buddy's wife. And yeah, their testimony is but it's much better that you hear it from her than hearing it from me. She can speak about it from a place of honesty and truth and experience, obviously. Their daughter's here as well, and she helps to, kind of detail it. Like, you guys got it. You understand what I'm saying? So the reason I'm talking about this machine is because obviously we know we have a more I'm not going to say senior, like y'all are a bunch of, Bob Barkers and stuff like that, but we have an older crowd in here. And so obviously as we get older, we start to accumulate, like, small little ailments and things like that, from, jacked up back or knees to, little diseases and parasites like that. So the Rife machine it is absolutely wonderful. Why am I saying that? Because a lot of people look at the prices of these things. And I'm not here to sell anything, or I'm not here to pitch anything. I just want to put in everybody's mind to just take a step back, think. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to talk about how something is expensive or this or that. Well, if you're spending money on medicine, if you're spending money on health insurance, if you're spending money on massages, on treatments and stuff like that, you may want to consider an alternative, right? And part of that alternative, obviously, is the proper is the just the proper stuff in your life to make it work. And one of the big recommendations I would recommend is a mentor, somebody to talk to, somebody to help guide you through the process of you beginning to properly heal yourself. I know we have some family in here that might have mobility issues, right? And other issues that maybe you guys don't want to share with us, and that's all right. But if you've seen this machine and you've heard Holly's testimony, then even if not for yourself, maybe for a family member or someone else that you may love, this machine or these series of machines can definitely help. Yes, demons are parasites. Parasites are demons. Yes, not just the government, but um these things definitely help cleanse your body, get you in the right frame of mind, because you have to understand, it just doesn't it when it affects your body, it ultimately affects how you think too. And it affects how you think, it affects how you live, and then it's a snowballing effect, and then the people around you get adversely affected as well. Damn, I need to put Holly back on, man. My numbers dropped as soon as y'all got my face up in this bit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, totally. And yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. That was all Holly, right? And so this thing actually works. It's a little bit, and people are going to say it's pricey, but I'd say at the end of the day, you're going to be saving more money purchasing this thing and actually using it. What I would do, if you're interested in getting a device like that, getting a machine like that, is do some research, right? And that's one of the things that we're proponents of in this chat and in this family right here, is that we research these things. We look into it first, and then we come up with a conclusion. And Holly, they're saying thank you.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome.
Yeah. This she appreciates y'all. She really likes you guys. Huh? That's right. That's right. And that's right. We're here for all that. You know what I'm saying? We're here for all the smoke, and we're here to help each other out and take care of each other. And in any way I can help, that's what I want to do. And one of the things that we mention all the time is the power of prayer, right? Especially prayer in large numbers. There is a there's a difference praying by yourself and then getting with other people and praying, right? Holding hands and using that intent to combat an issue, to combat a problem. When you ask for rain and you pray on it, sometimes God sends you more than you ready for, right? But you have to ask. And that's what he says in the scriptures. It tells you, hey, if you I'm of course I don't know exactly what chapter, what verse it is, but God says if you want it, all you have to do is ask. All you have to do is ask, call on his name, ask for it, and he will provide. So when we ask, he gets it, right? And so maybe maybe all the talk I was doing earlier in previous productions, right? Yes, we were talking about prayer and how prayer is important. Yes, prayer is important, totally. And continue to pray if you pray. If you haven't started praying, start praying. Mr. Jones, what's happening, brother? It is amazing to see you, by the way. And I'm glad to see you and to see that you're here. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Especially tonight, today instead of tonight. Let me continue. Hold on. Some nice hot coffee, baby. I need it. So, so this Rife machine, I was just telling my buddy Justin that it's like an electronic prayer. It's an electronic prayer. That's what it is, right? Because think about it. Prayer, it's intent, yes, but it's vibes, it's vibrations. This Rife machine pretty much does the same thing. Does that make any sense? Do y'all kind of get what I'm saying? Because vibrations can also harm you, right? We've seen what we've run those things where we've gotten around high powered radars and stuff like that. Like the uh the Chinese have, yeah, I'm not even going to talk about that radar, but we have radar, right? We have multifunctional radar on military ships that are so powerful. As soon as you activate them and they start transmitting, you could throw a bag of popcorn in front of these radars and it will blow up. It will pop the popcorn immediately. It won't pass go. It won't take time. It will nuke and microwave that entire bag of popcorn immediately as soon as you pass it in front of that radar, and it'll basically cook your popcorn. So this is how adverse waves or adverse electromagnetic frequencies can damage the body, right? Um, we have something called HERP, right? Hazards of electromagnetic radiation to personnel in the Navy. So definitely we know that these frequencies and these waves, even though we use them for good purposes, those good purpose waves can adversely affect and ruin the human body. Well, but those frequencies that we use to look at things electronically, to do other things, to manipulate uh, objects in that kind of capacity, we step it, or not step it down, but rather we use lower frequencies, or rather the Rife machines use things in the hertz range, right? And so with things in the hertz range, this is something that we can use to help our bodies. I hear Flatzoids in here. Flats, where you at? Flats, you in here still? If you in here, brother, let me know. And if you want to get on, let me know. Where's Flatzoid at? Flatzoid, where you at? I know you were in here, and I see people saying hi to you. If you in here, let me know. Get you on here. I know there are a couple of you guys that Flats. Don't run from us now. Flatsoid, Sav, Vika. So yeah, it was supposed to be. Oh, so his stream starts. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't want to take that from him. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on the Rife machine. I think we kind of beat that one into the ground. But like I said, this is very, very important. Very important and very very useful to many of us. The true few. What's going on, brother? Holding it down, I see. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. So we were just talking about the Rife machine, true few. I don't know if you know about it, but my friend and his wife, they were just basically giving a small demonstration, not necessarily a demonstration, but a testimonial of how well it works and that it's definitely worth the money, right? So let's see. Yeah, the James Webb isn't a telescope. It's the artificial sun simulator and DEW. Yeah. This is what's especially now it's starting to go around how this James Webb Space Telescope or some objects up there providing direct energy weapons, right? And they could possibly hurt us. Yeah, it is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let's see. Let's see. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? We are here. And before I continue, are there any questions as far as this Rife machine is concerned? If you have any questions, um, you could either bring them up on chat, private chat with me, and I can address them, or rather, Holly and her husband can address them, and her family can address them further. Or, yeah, but definitely, I know, like I said, we have an older crowd. I really, really, really would love for you guys to get on this thing, especially if you have the funds to take care of it. I would love for you guys to get on that, because, like, me looking at it has got me thinking I need to get one for myself, and then do whatever it is I could do with it. My thing is to help, not to harm, right? And anybody I could help with these machines, their setup, the way they have it set up, then I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Know what I mean, Vern? Yeah, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all too, man. Anytime, man. Anytime. But it's like I said, it ain't me, it's them. you know? So I'm gonna place the blame on them. They're the ones that have this going. And I think, man, God sets these things up for a reason. We're here to help one another, but only when we're ready for it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this is coincidence at all. Oh, what's crazy is when I met up with them, I haven't seen my buddies in years, right? These are my buddies, like I said, in the military, and I hadn't seen these guys in ages. And so we basically, when we got together, we had a beer, and we pretty much picked up where we left off at. And these guys are a bunch of jokers. And so we, like I said, we pretty much picked up where we left off at, cutting up, joking, around their wives and stuff like that. And their wives understand where the crazy humor comes from. So it's pretty amazing and synergistic, I think. And we kind of play off of each other. But I'm saying all that to say that, before I saw them, I hadn't seen them in ages. And so you guys understand how I roll. You guys know me as far as the true earth and the flat earth is concerned. And so my big concern was, I was like, damn, I'm about to get around my friends and they don't know how I get down. They don't know that I think that this earth, I see, we see that this earth is true. It's flat, it's plain. It is what it is, right? How am I going to get this information across to them? So I told them how I had a show. I was like, I have a show, this, that. They're like, oh, what's your show on? And I was like, brace yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. I'm like, hey, man. And I come off a little bit coy with it because I just don't know how people are going to react, but it is what it is. They were easy to accept it, but they understand that this world is not what we once thought it was. They're totally open and accepting to it. They basically see this world for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to put anybody on blast, but they get it. They get it. They understand. And so they basically facilitated my time here with them and made it nice and comfortable to me, for me, to serve the family, to serve you guys. You know what I'm saying? So definitely thanks to the Cave family and thanks to them for hosting this and being able to accommodate, right? So we could support one another. Yeah. Yeah, telling my parents wasn't so bad because my parents support me in mostly everything. But yeah, they've always thought I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? My parents have always thought I was wild. And so they're like, well, that's par for the course. Our son is absolutely nuts. He thinks the world is flat. That's okay. He thinks the world is flat. Okay. So um yeah, I feel you, Dylan Heron. Talk to you since. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. But I think everything in due time, right? I think, like I said, you know what you know, you don't know what you don't know, but people come into your life, people exit your life sometimes based on new information, right? But people come, people go, and people enter, and they make their way when it's necessary, and then they're there for, if not forever, they're there for a time. Okay, that's okay. That's all right. That's okay. That's okay. And I sent a link out there for the Flatzoids team to join. But yeah, they Flatzoid had it first, and I totally understand. I totally understand. But okay, without further ado, let's get down to business. Let's discuss this map. Mm, Urbano Monte craziness. So, if you don't know, we were speaking about the Urbano Monte map of 1587 a few days ago. Oh yeah, so I'm sorry to hear that. But we were talking about the Urbano Monte Max map from a few days ago. And in that map, I am going to let me go ahead and not get knocked off my dang purpose for right now. And let me present to you that map. Okay. There goes the map. Boom, right there. Urbano Monte. And we started here. We started under Urbano Monte's family crest, right? And then we started working our way around the wheel. Hold on, let me zoom in. And we spoke about this meridian right here. And here's another thing. If you didn't know, because you're joining us, instead of the 24 meridians that we're used to, right? Or the 24 lines of longitude that we're used to with, say, C.S. Hammond's map or Alex Gleason's map. In this one, it's totally different because we have 36 meridians. 36 meridians. So if we were to use this as a clock, we would have to go off of a 36. Is it a 36-hour time? So that's my thing. That's the thing that kind of throws me off, is like, how do we use 36 meridians if we were to use this map as a clock? I hope you guys were thinking about this same question that I was thinking about. You know what I'm saying? Because it threw me for a loop. Not a bad loop. It's a good loop. It had me thinking. And had me thinking, I guess, a little bit different, but maybe it's a question that you guys ask yourselves as well. Palkus, hey, how you doing, bro? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. It is good to see you, man. And I read you, the earth is flat. Because that makes you sound crazy as soon as you say the earth is flat. I agree. I agree. But a few weeks ago, I do recall asking, how do we pitch this to somebody? Right? I said, you've got 5 minutes to explain your position. How do you do it? And you don't, yeah, I agree. You can't start with the earth is flat, first of all. The earth is flat, deal with it. No, because people can't just deal with it. You have to kind of ease it in. You kind of have to work information like that into somebody. Right. And so, um, how do we talk to those that don't understand that this world is not what they once thought it was, and that it's something totally different? And then how do you get them to listen, and listen with intent, right? And listen carefully and ask questions, because it's fine to ask questions, because we're providing truths. We're not concealing our hand. We're not hiding our hand. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. And it's okay to say that you don't know. Now, um, let me continue on with the map. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, of Spain, de la España, we spoke on that. Of Spain, or of France, de la Francia, we spoke on that, or Francia. De la Fiandra, or of Flanders, we spoke on this, Flanders. We didn't speak about they're speaking of the Christian Pope. We didn't speak on him, but I'll get to him a little bit later. Now, another thing we did mention was looking at how how Urbano Monte drew this map. If you take a good look at it, like this thing is not drawn with any compass, nothing like that. With a no, no compass used here to make your lines of latitude, right? And your lines of longitude, if you look, these things are not straight at all, right? So it's not like he used a ruler. So it looks like he free-handed this thing, which is absolutely crazy to think that somebody could freehand a map, especially a 10 by 10 map, but he painted and freehanded this, and I find that a lot of you guys said it perfectly that this map is a work of art. Um, this map is a work of art. This map is absolutely beautiful, even though these looks like, your 8-year-old drew some of these creatures on it, which is fine, right? It helps to kind of illustrate what it is these guys saw during that time period and how different the world was. Being in the land Antarctica, it has a meal in its belly. The Ouroboros. So the serpent or the worm Ouroboros, Mr. Jones, you're talking about. I'm gonna jump on that, but I kind of want to read to you guys some of these triangles at the bottom of each meridian, and then I will get to what it is you're talking about. But I will get to that, Mr. Jones. And matter of fact, let me star that. Okay, I'm gonna star that. No energy for that. Creatures are real. Yeah. Void, what's going on, homie? All right. The creatures are real because the world was different. And this was like 500 years ago, right? So we have to give the time its respect that it deserves, because even 50 years ago, which I wasn't around then, but the world was different, right? As a matter of fact, let me show you. Okay, let me one thing at a time, okay? One thing at a time. I'm going to mess it up. We spoke of Germania. We read that one out. De l'Italia. I don't think we spoke on De l'Italia, but we're going to speak on that now. Okay. Let me zoom in so you guys could see it. And even though you guys can't read Italian, that's okay. That's all right, because we're going to break it down for you right now. There it is. De l'Italia, or of Italy. And it reads from the top, right? For the province of Italy, which with the common voice of all nations is called the paradise of the world. Man, this dude just bragging on his country, right? The paradise of the world. No particular sheet is enough to say about it. I will only say that it is the seat in the world of the lieutenant and vicar of Christ. So basically, I think he's talking about Vatican City, right? And the vicar of Christ, our Lord's and true shine of the divine gifts and that this graces that this specimen then spread throughout the world was very vaguely circumscribed by Petrarch, or maybe they mean patriarch, but it says Petrarch, when he said, the beautiful country that starts from the Apennines, the surrounding sea, and the Alps. The natural features of this province can be said to be the closest to being said to be the supernatural supernatural in their ingenuity and in the liveliness of their bodies that any other nation in the world, not only in these times. All right, so I'm going to continue, but just know that my inflection is exactly what I'm reading. Like the punctuation in much of this is missing, right? And so based on that, my inflection kind of doesn't it doesn't give justice to what it is I'm reading based on the way I'm reading it. So just bear with me, okay? So let me read that line once again. The natural features of this province can be said to be the closest thing to be the close to be the was said to be the was said to be the closest to being said to be supernatural in their ingenuity and in the liveliness of their bodies that any other nation in the world, not only in these times, but also in the past, in which, as the flower and the patronus, and the patroness, excuse me, not patronus, the patroness of the universal high church spirituality, she was temporarily mistress of the world. That's how it reads. That's how it reads. That's what it says exactly. That's what I got from that translation. I don't know. I don't know, but 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 man, if I put any more butts in there, it's gonna wind up smelling like I'm burning a chitlin incense. So I need to be careful. Oh, Riley, hey brother, peace, man, peace, peace. Be safe, and yeah, go do your thing. But make sure you like, sub, share this content as you come in, family. And I appreciate y'all for coming for whatever little time you got with me. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. So let's go to the map. We're going to go to the map and then we're going to go up that meridian. And that's basically how this map is designed, right? If you don't know, it goes this spike right here. Each portion of the meridian tells a story of a region with or pieces of the region within that meridian, which I think is wild because look at all of this that you have to go up, right? You've got all of Africa still. So we've got this of Italy. Let's go there. And then within the meridian, obviously, you got the boot. You've got most of Italy, which, if you look, you have, when I say most of Italy, because you have this entire region. And then up north, you've got like San Marino. But here is some of Italy. This spike um, constitutes of, I guess you could say, Rome down here and stuff like that. Some of the crazier parts of it, or the more prevalent parts of Italy, I guess, including the capital. But then you have Sicily right here, and then you have more of Italy. This is where I used to live, right here, Sardinia, and then north of that, Corsica, right? Sardinia, Corsica. So this is not the entirety of Italy, but these two meridians cover all of Italy, but this one specifically talks about Italy, possibly because in here is covered Vatican City. In here, you also have Rome. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. You have a big old white horse in here, but that's not. These aren't the only regions. Obviously, you have the Barbary Coast and everything. You've got your Moroccos, you've got your Tunisia, your Tunes, Tunisia, Tunes, right? Right here it says Tunes. That's Tunisia, currently Tunisia. And then you'll have your Malis and, everything else, your other northern countries, your Libyas and stuff like that. Labs Litim, Deserto Labs Litim. I wonder if that's part of the name of Libya, right? Currently Libya, right? You have that. And then, of course, we know to the west, we've got countries like Mauritania and your the Gambias and stuff like that, Senegals and stuff like there. But this is more the northern portions of Africa, which they didn't mention in there in that triangle, but they will speak on later on. but you have more regions. But he's speaking on what he knows exactly, and what he knows is Italy. He's Italian, right? But kind of like Mr. Jones said, he was alluding to the worm Ouroboros. Mr. Jones, if you could give me a coordinate, that would definitely help of where that is. Is that a big monster near Sicily? The creator of the map. So let me see. The name of the map sounds very Italian too, right? Urbano Monte. Is if that says urban world. Urbano Monte. Yes, the urban world, or maybe the populated world, or populated with people. Quite a high praise for that area from this guy, to say the least. Exactly, Derek Nelson. It's like, oh, Italy's like it. It's like I show you a map of America, and then I focus in on New York, and I'd be like, right here is where they got the best bagels, the best pizza. You could get carjacked, all that stuff, all in one day, and you could have a great time. Oh, and then the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, you've got a whole other North American, USA to explore, but I'm focused in on one place. It's almost what he does in this part of the map, I feel. Should, should look like it, Palkus. Is that a big turtle monster near Sicily? I'm going to go to that real quick. And we're going to look at those features too. We're not going to ignore them, right? You guys see them and call them out. Oh, right here. Yeah, it looks like a turtle. It does. It does. Maybe because it was just how it was drawn. I don't know. South of Sicily, I think, is what you're talking about, right? This Joker right here looks like it. It sure looks like it. But then you have a dragon looking thing down here. This looks like a dragon. This looks like a dragon. But let me show you the the tetragav, the Teorigon, or the Teorigon Desert. I, I thought this was all the Sahara, but the Teorigon Desert, and you have this little dragon creature. But look at where it's at, right? If you look at this mountain range up here, this is the Atlas Mountains. There are a couple of, like, the Atlas Mountains to me is like a total anomaly, because the out there, yeah. Let me get my stuff straight. So in and around here is, if you guys know your African geography, is Mauritania. And you guys, we're starting to learn that Mauritania potentially housed the Atlantis, right? It has the Recot structure. But I looked in here, and I don't, this is what's strange to me, is that I don't see a Recot structure in here. But we have what's called Monte Atlante, Atlantic, or Atlanti Mountains, right? Or what we know as the Atlas Mountains. And up here, they know that the king of this region was Atlas, King Atlas. What do we know about Atlas in Greek mythology? We know Atlas is the one that's been punished. He was one of the Titans that was punished to hold up the firmament for all of eternity. You know what I'm saying? That's his job, possibly to this day, to hold up not the world, but the firmament. The firmament. And unless it was a totally different King Atlas, the king of this region was Atlas, right? And then you got these weird creatures in there, like that little green dragon around here. Then you got this goat headed thing. All right. And then you got more dragon creatures right there. Right. The Carina Mountains. And some of these mountains I've never even heard of. I ain't even gonna lie. Never heard of them. But okay, we'll get back into the pictures and the weird creatures. Let me get out of that. Let's zoom into that. So we're done with of Italy, right? We're done with of Italy. Let us go to the next one. And that is, I think this is the village or the lands north, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. I know you guys can't read it per se, but okay. It's all right. It's okay, bud. Relax. Okay. So you guys see that. Let's talk about, okay, the island da Paesi Settentrionali, all right, or of northern countries. And it says Sive, Iceland, Frislanda, and this is one of the regions that Sob Soul Unchained Mind, if you don't know about him, make sure you do get to know him and sub to his channel. He mentioned was Frislanda, Grovelanda, and other nearby provinces and islands, right? Frislanda. And Frislanda is one of those places that I think Frislanda is that place that no longer exists. And it says, these people are mostly Christians and they practice a lot in the Katia. They practice a lot in the Katia. I don't know what that is. They dress in wool and they are a very large stature. So they're big people. They live smaller than men, of which they have a very large quantity. So maybe there's, wow, they live smaller than men, of which they have a very large quantity. Okay, and it continues. And although the sea is lying on the pine, they still break the bed. And although the sea is lying on the pine, they still break the bed and take it very large quantity, of which they use all if of which they use in all their needs. They make boats with bones and skin. They use oil to burn those times that have continuous night of the bones. They use as wood to tan heaters. Of the bones, they use as wood to tan heaters. Huh. They use it to make meat huts, fresh and salted. They make many dishes. And by making flour from it, they make bread, adding butter. Well, okay. They also catch very large number of birds from which they come for a large part of the year. So, okay, for a large part of the year. They have many lords among them, and many places are governed by themselves in the form of a republic or a pinnacle, soon from the cantons of their peers. So that's what that says. That's what that says. Basically, they're highlighting that those regions, Iceland, Groveland, nearby provinces, right? So let's kind of get up there. Iceland, Groveland, right? And so, like I said, there's not all the regions within that meridian that's being highlighted, right? But definitely some of those regions. Let me make sure. Okay, we're here. All right. Yeah, not all those regions, but definitely one of the more to him the more important ones. So to him, it appears as if these are regions of note that need discussed, right? Regina, Sierra, like look at this. He could have been speaking on these regions, but he didn't, right? And I think this is Crete right here. This is like Greece and stuff. Down here is Crete. He could have, he didn't speak on Crete in this triangle, which I find amazing. And he didn't speak on Greece. And but that comes. It comes. Just let's give it some time. But look at all these regions that we know is part of our our comprehension of Western Civ, Mediterraneo, right? Let's look in here. Messenia, I don't know. Benica, Macedonia, okay. Wallachia, hey, we know who's from Wallachia. Vlad Tepes, Dracula, right? Wallachia, but apparently it's big enough. It was a kingdom, right? Big enough for them to put on the map. Filipopili. Filipopuli. Whoa, this is crazy. Formosa. That's crazy to have Formosa here, right? If you don't see it, no, that's Formosa, not Formosa, but Formosa. Okay, I was gonna say because Formosa is further out east in and around China. But another thing that I brought up, y'all, is, and I'm not, I hope you guys don't feel I'm neglecting you. Maria Walker, what's happening, sis? It's good to see you, right? And they taught Greek mythos in their history. Okay. So that's right, Vlad the Impaler, the king of Wallachia. But this is what I'm talking about. You see these inconsistencies right here? Why is this red as hell? And then as soon as you come here, like now, if there's discoloration, I get it. But as soon as you come here, it goes from red as hell. And then, all right, now I see this right here, but it transitions over into the next meridian. Light skin, all light skin. All this is red. So I don't know if he had a Crayola coloring problem, which I'm not trying to diss nobody, but I just find it remarkable that this is what's happening. Now you have the river that gets cut off, and then it looks like it wants to continue, but he doesn't finish it. This one goes into a kingdom. This is where the river, it empties out at right here. But look at that. Look at this. It just stops. And then the colors just stop. I wonder why they even, maybe it was highlighted for a reason. I don't know. Right? Lithuania. Okay. Lithuania, Osilia, Landia, Godia, Vostrog, Vostrogotia, Klebo, Landia. Let's see. Disvedia, Scoli, Diswedia, and Scoli di Finlandia. Finland. We zoom out right there. Swedia, and Laponi. But what's crazy is, hold on, let's make sure. Here's Friesland. This is what they were talking about. Apparently, this is not on this. This doesn't exist no more. Here's Friesland right here. Right? Here's Friesland. So I wonder. Now I'm looking. This is strange. Here's Friesland. There's Iceland. There's Norway. So these meridians is what's being covered. Meanwhile, that triangle is where it's at. That triangle's like right here. No, that's Moscow. Livonia Citroniale. Okay. Let's get back to the triangles and then we'll try to figure that out. But I don't know if you guys are seeing that, but these things aren't covering totally. and exactly the way they are supposed to. Della Moscovia. Let's go to Della Moscovia, which sounds like they're talking about Moscovia or Moscow. Sounds like it. I could be wrong though. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Frislandia is a Dutch province in this timeline. Voy. Okay. How do you know? How do you know? Tell me what you know. Like, talk to us. It's a Mandela effect. Frislandia is a Dutch province in this timeline. It's a Mandela effect. Huh. Okay. Well, you heard it here first, I guess. It's a Mandela effect. The area of Moldova. Hold on. Let's go to what it was Palkis said, and then I will go to yours, Derek. Okay. I don't want to miss out on anybody. And you guys, I'm not trying to skip around from what it is you say. I have to make sure that I jump back to the chat. During the Portuguese sea voyages, a poet went along and reported these things. Louis de Camões. When arriving at an African beach, he refers to some FE proofs. FE, like flat earth proofs. I wonder what exactly you're talking about, what proofs these are. I can only guess, but from what I know, the area of Moldova were hostile to both Russians to their north and the Romanians to their west and south. Moldova. Okay. Perhaps that is why it's colored red, but I don't know for sure. Okay. That's not a bad idea. We need to look at a lot more of those red regions. The Muscovites, yes. Muscovia. I live in Holland. Okay. So, hell, if anybody knows, you know. You know what I'm saying? If anybody knows, you know. And if you could actually expound on that, like what you see or what you've seen, because I tend to, what I tend to see and understand is that you guys that live in those places like Holland have easier access to those maps of those regions than, excuse me, we do here in the States. I apologize for that. Than we do of the regions that you guys live in. He said the clouds reveal the distant mountains, not the curves. Yes. The Astrolab flat plane tool, yet measuring the height of the sun on the beach. Wow. Okay. Said I did not know that. Wow. Finally locating themselves as being between the Tropic of Capricorn and the southern frozen ocean. Who between the Tropic of Capricorn and the southern frozen ocean? Who? Ironwork. If you haven't looked into ME, you should. ME. I don't know who ME is, Maria Walker. ME. I got to get going. Talk to you. Hey, Dylan, you take care, brother. It's good to have you on, man. Thanks for joining us. And if you guys haven't, make sure you like, make sure you share. And if you're shadow watching, sub. Peace, Dylan. Circle, not ocean. Okay. The Antarctic Circle. Arctic Ocean. Okay. The Frisians speak different than the Dutch, similar, but still a different language. They are part of Holland, but always will be distinctly different, bigger, and wider even than most Dutch people, Frisians. So are any of their remaining people there? I'm sure the remaining Frisians still remain, probably, right? Mandela effect. Yeah, I'm going to look into that, Maria Walker. I will for sure, for sure. The Frisians, I'm sure you guys have some remaining Frisians that live in and around Holland, I'm sure. Because a lot of the Dutch people that I've met are tall people. They're big people, right? The scientists in Antarctica are studying the sky blue ice, aka the firmament. Yeah. Irrelevant files. Nice to see you, brother. Shadow watching and sub. Hey, good to have you. Irrelevant files. Thank you. I appreciate you. Peace, my brother from the same name. I know what you meant, D Light, and it's good to have you. I don't think I greeted you yet. Welcome at the irrelevant files. Then it's good to have you, irrelevant files. Thank you. Ferment is frozen oxygen. It is self-healing. Yes. Yes, this is what we're told. Please hit the like and sub. Yes, please hit the like and sub button. And for those guys that I mentioned, you have uh Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, sub and like to him. Vika Drazif, sub and like to him. Flatsoid, sub and like to him. Lowry, sub and like to him as well. All amazing channels, all amazing men, all amazing people. Every once in a while, we'll have them on the show doing what it is they do best, and we'll have our panel discussing what we have before us. And so in this case, we have the map, but I'm solo dolo. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? Because we're breaking it down together. All right. Okay. So before we press on, let me read what I have for of Muscovia. Muscovia. That's right. Somebody mentioned the Muscovites. We mentioned of the northern countries. Now we're going to get into Muscovy, of Muscovia, de la Moscovia, or Muscovy, what they call it. It is a very large country, so called from the river Moseo, governed by its most powerful and Christian particular lord, who observes in religion the ways of the Greek church and has under him many great princes and a good part of Tartars. Okay, so we're going to look at that part of the map, but I want to kind of talk on that. So it shows that he's an Orthodox Greek. He follows the Greek Orthodoxy. I'm assuming it's an assumption because they don't call it Orthodox. I don't think it was Orthodox Christianity then. It was just Christianity. But the way the Greeks practiced and worshipped, right? Which is fine. Now we call it Orthodoxy religion, or even with our language, we call it Orthodox Christianity, but to them, it was just Christianity, right? And so that's what they followed. And I guess, if the Muscovites, based off of where it is they live, right, and where they're from, those people, if they're an Eastern European people, it would then follow that they follow an Eastern European Christianity, which kind of goes along with how the Greeks worship. Because the Greek Orthodoxy and the Russian or the Greek Orthodoxy and the Russian Orthodoxy ain't too far removed from one another. They kind of hold their saints in the same regard. They kind of follow and they worship the same way, almost. Um, I could tell you, I was raised Roman Catholic, right? You can't be born Roman Catholic. That don't make no sense. But I was raised Roman Catholic. But I do know, as a Roman Catholic, we're like an offshoot of the Greek and Russian Orthodoxy. It's weird. Like, if for all you guys that are Catholics and stuff like that, if you wanted to go get communion, I could get communion if I went to a Greek Orthodox or a Russian Orthodox church, but I have to ask for permission, right? Whereas if you're just a plain old Christian, you can't go and get the Holy Eucharist while you're up there, because you hadn't had your first Holy Communion at all, right? I know it's a little bit weird, it's a little bit strange. We have strange traditions in the Roman Catholic Church. But if I wanted to get communion, I could, but after getting permission, if they know I'm a Catholic and say I have access to that kind of church, which I don't go to Catholic church at all. No more. I don't mess with it at all. Right. Then I could get Holy Communion. It's weird. It's all crazy and stuff. Hopefully I'm not throwing you guys off with the info right now. I apologize. So let's get back into it. Let's get back into what we were reading about Muscovy. The ways of the Greek church, and has under him many great princes and a good part of the Tartars, and it is a flat country with many forests, marshes, and rivers, and extremely cold, so that there is no very kind of tree except the oak tree, as to affirm the great beasts of similar shape to the one of which they say that by making rings of its nail and carrying it on the finger. I don't I don't understand. I'm just reading to you what was written and then translated. It is valid for the crab. It is valid for the crab that becomes in the hands or feet, and also to the perishable disease. The perishable disease. And many are seen in princes and other details. But the experts say for certain that such weeds has no virtue if it is not cut or removed before the beasts so removes it from die. Hey man, I'm just reading. I I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting to say the least. Um, it mentions the people. It mentions the Tartars. It speaks of cancer. Okay, okay, something that that consumes you. Okay, right. Um, right, Mr. Jones. Many modern people today straight up lie and are lied to about actual history. Yeah, yeah. That all these cultures believed the globe, but portrayed a flat Earth with a dome. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I love to hear a translation. Yeah, me too. It speaks of cancer. Um, yeah. So yeah, yeah, like that throws me off. And if you guys don't know, this is Lowry's channel, Tinfoil Sombrero. Make sure you sub to him. Awesome dude, awesome content, awesome channel. Look at that, I can't even talk. I split into Orthodox and Catholic in like, yeah, 1054. Someone's got to fact check me on that. Okay. Oh, yeah. The Western and non Oriental Orthodox churches, Russian, Greek, Serbian, are very similar. Yeah. Assyrian Orthodox and Ethiopian, etc., are a little bit different. Yeah. The Antikythera mechanism debunks the idea that all civilizations believed in a ball Earth 2,000 years ago. Oops. I was wondering about that last night on Saab's stream. Okay. Speaks of cancer. Uh, Is that where tartar sauce comes from? Yeah. So the things like tartar sauce, right? I was wondering, is tartar sauce from there? Is beef tartar, like those recipes and stuff, is that from this culture? Is that from these regions? Who knows? There was Greater Tartary and Lesser Tartary, according to some of these maps, and Tartary encompassed a huge portion of much of Asia. Tartary did, and that's like the cold part of the world, the real cold part. And so it kind of falls in step with where what we call Tartaria could possibly have been. Now these nowadays we call everything Tartaria. A lot of these old buildings, right, with the big old domes, look like onion domes from the Middle East and stuff like that. We call all these things technology and engineering of Tartaria, a lot of this stuff. The link to Lowry above, yes. Tartar in my language is high quality raw meat. Okay, right. So beef tartar, that's what it is. Beef tartar. High quality raw meat that you can then eat and not necessarily have to worry about um parasites, right? So I guess a blue steak to some degree. On YouTube, Tartaria is a blanket term. Exactly, Voy. Yes. Yes, right on the money. It is a blanket term. It is. Tartar sauce contains bitter herbs like mandated to be consumed in Exodus for Passover. Okay. Bitter herbs. Oh, tartar yellowish spots on the tea. Like tartar, right. Oh man, you got yeah, you've got tartar, or yeah, you've got plaque buildup, tartar, right? Tartar control. Beef tartar is amazing. Throw some capers, egg yolk, bad boy, you got a great snack. I guess, man, I'm gonna let y'all lean on that one right there. Beef tartar. But let's go to the map. Okay, let's kind of see. Like I said, like he's speaking of Muscovia and all the people, how they live and stuff, but he's not necessarily talking about what's it within the meridian. right? So look at all this amazing stuff that he didn't cover that's within the meridian. Island of Romeros, of the Romeros, Grand Turco. Okay, so this is Turkey. All right, this is the Armada, the Turkish Armada. Okay, that's pretty dope. Probably from we visited. I know my shipmates and me, Justin and freaking Cats. We visited. I remember visiting. What is it? Not Constantinople. But Marmaris. Marmaris is one of the bigger ports in Turkey. We visited there. I wonder if these ships are from Marmaris. My shipmates when we were stationed in Sardinia. We saw that on the map. But look at all this. Look at all of this on the map that's not even spoken about, right? Look at all this. Look at this region. This is right here in what's currently around what is it? It's that country, Uganda. So Uganda is around here, and look at what's here. It looks like a Parthenon of some sort. This is in Africa, right? Questi Monti in Prete, the king or some kind of Janus tiene li suoi figli. I'm Garda. I'm not even gonna get into that just yet, right? Because I may be able to phonetically pronounce some of the stuff, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it's saying. Egypt is in here. What looks like it could be the Nile. Yeah, it's the Nile, right? I don't know if it's blue or white, how it's moving up into here. And then the Nile breaks off into these small little islets right there, Cairo. And I want to show you guys something. If you guys are looking at, hold on, before I get there, I'll talk about that. But we have all of this in here that's not even spoken about, right? We've got Cyprus right here, Nicosia and all that. And then a big portion, a very important part, because you got Turkey, right? But a very important part of the Med. But look also what you got. Look right here, y'all. Here is, I don't know if this was a mistake, but it looks as if this was erased. You know what I'm saying? It looks as if he drew in here the meridian and he drew in here the line of latitude and he erased it. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Because here's the rest of it right here. Here's the actual one. It looks as if this thing was erased. Or am I tripping? Am I just seeing that? Or am I not seeing that? It looks like a fold. But then you got this. Okay. All right. Let's say it's a fold. But then this, okay, let's say it's a fold. Let's call it a fold because the rest of it, it could be a fold. Good. Let's call it a fold. Now, mind you, these things are split into like 60 some odd individual pages, right? Before they come out with the final print. They piece them all together like a puzzle. So it's a fold. All right. I'll take a fold. I'll go with the it's a fold. That's not an erasure. Okay. And then Carmania, Palopli. Let's look into there. If you guys see something, call it. Maybe I'm skipping out on Cappadocia. Okay. So up and around inside of Turkey, a lot of this is. And then if you guys are familiar with your geography, which this is called Mare Maggiore, the major sea, which is now called the Black Sea. Right? We call this the Black Sea. And the peninsula, the one that they're fighting over, what's the what are the wars that they fight the peninsula, the Russian wars that they've been fighting over for ages over this thing. I forget the name. The something peninsula. I don't know. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, but I am, family. Y'all gonna have to help me out. Big lake. Well, that's a big sea, right? That's not a lake. That big old sea is the Black Sea. The Crimean Peninsula. Yes, thank you. I was like, dang, the thing peninsula, the Crimean Peninsula. Thank you, D Light. Thank you very much for that. Jeez. Looks like a fold. Thank you, Voy. Yes, I will take fold. It looks like a fold. Sure does. Yes, maybe just a bend. Oh, sure. Because they had their ways of storing this stuff back then. Sure. It could be erased, it could be folded, but I mean, with further investigation, we can't say what it finally is. We can't, right? Because we don't have it in front of our face to determine that. But based off of what that looks like, it could be a fold, it could be an erase, but it could be a fold. Who knows, right? Yeah, to best be conservative in these things. Yes, a big lake, Mare Maggiore. I told you last one, it looked like the whole map's been folded up with these lines. Yeah, but that doesn't tell us why some of those things appear in those boxes that are blank. Which those boxes that are blank, those writings, those faint writings could be from ink, from other stuff, but nothing looks like it's inverted or it doesn't look mirrored. You know what I'm saying? It looks like writing from left to right. That's why I'm having a hard time with me thinking that it's print that's bled over into some of the the blank boxes, you know? Nothing left of Lago Maggiore now, nothing. Yeah, I know. They destroyed it. Part of me thinks that they did this to the Ukraine to get rid of a lot of the old world. I honestly feel that they did this to the Ukraine because apparently much of those Tartars, from a Russian friend of or a Ukrainian friend of mine, she told me because I asked her, she was like, a lot of Tartars live in the Ukraine, but they get mistreated by the Russians. The Russians do not like the Tartars. I think it's a fold. Go through the extra map. And this is from her. Russians do not like the Tartars or the remaining Tartars. No problem, man. Thank you, D Light. Somebody was talking about the 30-year war with Russia, and I forgot who else. Interesting what happened, something supernatural. Um, 30-year war with Russia. I gotta look into that. It's a huge map in real life. It's about 6 by 6. I heard it's a 10-foot map, bro. Boy, I heard it's like a 10 by 10. That map is like it's like playing it's like playing the game of Twister with your friends. The map the map was made as a book. That's right. And it's a collection and then everybody had to basically put the book together. That's right. Crimean or a lake. I got you. Crimea River. That's a good one. Or lake. That's a good one. That's a damn. You got to that one before I did, so I can't really use it. Yes, there's a Tartarstan in Russia too. They're big fans of horse meat. Cool folks. All right. From what I've learned, real wars are hidden. Fake wars are televised and reported exactly to conceal their hand. I totally agree. All right. It's a 10 square feet. Yes. That map. Yep. Yep. Satan was cast out of heaven and fell down upon to each Napoleon had a map that covered his huge floor rolled out. Correction, it wasn't the 30 Years' War. You can down the page and see all the sections. It's interesting. Okay, download the pages as a book. Yes, yes, that I got to see. Okay. I'd like to that I got to do. And then I think it would be easier if once I break it up that way and then kind of leaf through it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because taking it like this and rolling it and spinning it has its own uses, but in some regard going in it as a book and breaking it down that way leaf by leaf and then zooming in I think would be best for certain things or for now, right? Red Russia. or Black Russia. Okay, this makes sense. Rusa Nera. Russia Nera. Black Russia. A Moldania. Moldava. Moldania. Moldana. I don't know. Kalino Mika. Borbius, Muscovia. A Tarta di Cumania. Tarta di Zubark. Tata Tarta di Cumania. Sitamis Academia. I don't know, but I see tartar in here. Tartar in here like a mug, man. Tartar in here like a mug. Let's see. Pomeria, Frisa, Thuringia, Lusatia, Satia, Slesia, Bettenberg, Lithuania, Muscovia. Let's see what is here. Berundia, wait, Beruinda. Okay. This looks like a backwards N, y'all. This is just a U. Or unless it's Bervinda with a V. Bervinda. Niborch. Monte Regio, some mountainous region here. Parayan. Vinghen or Ninghen. Let's see. Skoli, the Finland. Let's see. And then Greenland. And then we start getting in these parts of the islands, the inner islands, right? We start getting closer and closer. Now, Mr. Jones, you mentioned the worm Ouroboros. Where did you see him eating his own tail? Right? We saw the serpent, or you said you saw the serpent Ouroboros. Where did you see him eating his own tail? The second commandment is a flat earth proof. The second commandment is that no having no graven images? No. Wait. What's the second commandment? I forget what the second commandment is. You're going to have to remind me. Be Turkmenistan this timeline. Black Russia. Shannon Urban Mountain. Urban Mountain. Imagine Urbano Monte, the guy who made it, didn't even see his map like as an actual map. Kind of crazy to think about. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he knew what he was aiming at, but what if he didn't make the map to be displayed that way? Maybe, or what if, I'm not saying maybe, but what if, it's just a question, what if they took his map and kind of altered it? One of the lost commandments was don't believe in globetard BS. Okay, I can see that. I know you won't have a graven image. You won't make graven images, right? Graven images. You won't take things, making statues, making, idols, idol worship, right? Worshiping an idol, worshiping the globe is in fact much along those same lines, right? It's idol worship. The name alone can't be real. One of the lost commandments was don't believe in globe. The narrative there. Bono Monte. Yeah. The outer edge of the map, ice wall, is the snake eating its tail. Yes. That I believe. Yes. I I kind of feel you on that. because if you look at, I'll show you. If you guys don't know what Mr. Jones is talking about, let me show it to you guys right here. Actually, let me present, stop screen. Now y'all get to see my beautiful, beautiful face. Let me show y'all. Let me see them hands. Let me show these pics. Let me show you what he's talking about, right? So according to the Norse, this is what he's talking about. Oh boy. If that picture could be any smaller, let me go ahead and show you guys. Present it to y'all. Share screen. Boom. Share. So if you don't see it, let me zoom in and then you guys can see it right here. That's the worm Ouroboros, right? Or that's the serpent, our boros, or your boros. Get it? Our boros, your boros. Anyway, that's the name of this serpent right here. The snake eating its own tail, and this is where we live, apparently, right? But you're saying that it's this thing. There's a possibility. I don't know. Crazier things have been recognized these days, so I'm not going to put it outside the realm of possibility. That's for sure. But there it is. And then here, right here, is the middle of the world, the potential black rock, Rupus Negra, and Yggdrasil, the Norse tree of life, touching the firmament, you know, dropping food everywhere for us landlubbers of us earthlings, right? Food everywhere for people to eat. Big old tree of life in the middle of the world. Like these things, the more we see them, the more things start to make sense for what this world truly could be. Things start to make sense. The tree sprouting out the middle of this rock. So much in this, so much to glean from these pictures, right? These old pictures that we could break. And these things down here, it's just a crappy image because it's my fault. But these things are snakes at the roots. If you don't see them, you have snakes at the roots of the tree, right? And the firmament above, and possibly the firmament below, right? But this is the firmament above. That's it right there. So it's wild. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Let me go ahead and I'm going to stop sharing that. But yeah, isn't that crazy? The Aurora Borealis. Huh. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. The Aurora Borealis. Ouroboros Borealis. Yeah. Because you have a southern borealis, but you have the Aurora Australis, and then you have the Okay. 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 You have the borealis in the north. You have the Australis in the south because you have the light, you have the southern lights. You know what I'm saying? So you have the southern. Wow, the Borealis Australis Ouroboros. Hmm. That's food for thought. Hey, brother. Oh, or sister. Something simpler. How you doing, sis? It's good to see you. Oh, all right. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Yes, that's another thing I thought. Ouroboros or the Leviathan. Leviathan could be the snake or the worm Ouroboros. Yes. Graven images. One. Yes. The outer edge of the map, the ice wall, is a snake eating its tail. Possibly. Yes. Just popping in to say hi again. Something simpler. How you doing, sis? Amazing. Make sure you like, share, and sub this content. It's good to have you, though. Second commandment: shall not make any graven images or likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath. Wow. Or that is in the water underneath the earth. You shall not bow. We do it all the time. Not saying that we should, but we break that command. That's like one of the easiest commandments to break. We do it all the time. Down thyself to thy to them or serve them. His head starts in the green, and the tail has stretch of the reddish paint. Our Boros, yes, our Boros. The world tree could absolutely be real. Who are we to say? No, I'm not arguing that. We don't know. We don't know. We're not even given access to the north, right? They say the mountain is 30 miles high, 33 miles, French miles, they call it, 33 French miles high, or 30 and 33 French miles wide. So we have zero access to the north. Similar sounding to the aurora borealis. Yeah. What is the orange beam? I have no idea. Yeah. It could be, I was going to say that that could be the road, the rainbow bridge, but it doesn't look like a rainbow because there's supposed to be a rainbow bridge that's guarded by that god. I forgot his name, but he could see into the future. Heimdall, right? I don't know if that's supposed to represent that. And then he gives us or he gives access to the rainbow bridge, right? He gives access to Asgard and access from Asgard, the bridge giving access from Asgard to Midgard and the other 9 worlds or the 9 realms. Strange mythology, but seeing it being depicted kind of makes a lot of this stuff that we're living in, gives it credence and helps it become easier to understand. Palkus, it reminds me of Job 38:17. Gates of death beneath opened unto a tree, or hast thou been the doors of the shadow of death? Wow. Thou shalt not make any unto thee a graven image or the likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is in the water underneath. Yeah. I prefer the Aureola Borealis. Oh Lord. Glad. Hey bro, truth shall set you free. How you doing, Truth? It's good to see you, homie. It's good to see you. Something simpler. Good to see you. Maybe the barrier they hit in Russia at the Kola borehole, deepest hole ever dug in, yeah, is the firmament below. That's possible because I think they dug to 7.8 miles. It's funny. They reached 7.8 miles, and the radius of this earth they claim is 7.8 miles. Don't y'all think that's funny? They said the deepest hole they've dug is 7.8 miles. What's the no, not 7.8 miles, but 7,800 miles is the radius of this earth. 78, 70, no, that's not the radius. Excuse. The diameter of the earth is 7,800 miles. The radius then is 3.9. Yes, the radius is 3.9 miles. 3.9 hundred 3,900 miles. I apologize, y'all. So the total diameter from one end of the ball to the other end of the ball that they claim this earth is 7,800 miles, right? Double the 3,900. Y'all know what I meant, right? So the radius is 3,900, but the claim is that they reach 7.8 miles deep. That's as far as they could go. Truth I'll set you free. Like then subbed already. Hi Maria. Hey, I appreciate you, Maria Walker. Thank you. Something simpler. Thank you. Derek. So some part of the portal to the underworld, possibly. Possibly. Bifrost. Yes. Okay. Access to the Bifrost. Okay. I wonder if that's where I know Jotunheim is where the giants are supposed to live. That's the claim, right? Or that's what the mythology tells us. Yeah, Mr. Jones, first, second, third heaven. We are all in the seventh heaven. It's funny how there's a correlation. Seems like there's a correlation between the different heavens, accesses to the different heavens, and all the heavens may represent a color of the rainbow, right? All the heavens may represent the colors of the rainbow, accesses to the different heavens, the rainbow bridge, maybe the rainbow bridge, each color represents a different world or a different realm, having access to a different realm. Because we know that all the colors of the rainbow is a different vibration. they're a different vibration. You change the vibration ever so slightly, you get a different color. You just get a different color, right? If you look at a color spectrum, if you look at this at the spectrum of light, each vibration is, or each color is slightly a different vibration, ever so slightly. Certain colors you could see at a distance. Other colors it's harder to see at a distance. Red is it gives off a different a longer wavelength as opposed to blue, right? Which gives you a significantly shorter wavelength. You could read it from left to right, like Roy, red, orange, yellow, G, golf, G, green, G, Biv, which is funny because G is in the middle, green is in the middle. And we see on this map, G is so significant and has so many different meanings. G could be God, G could be good, G could be go, G could be great. G, the G that's in the middle could be green, which green signifies everything else. Green is also neutrality. Green is also a neutral color. It's so strange the significance of G and green and go and good and God and everything else, right? And G, Roy G, G being in the middle of that color spectrum, right? G splitting the left side from the right side, G being neutral, G being in the middle. That's just so dang crazy. The G spot, somebody said. I didn't, Riley did. So I'm just saying what Riley said, not me. Okay. But it's amazing the significance of the letter G, but also the significance of the G. All right. And then we see it sitting right there directly in the middle of the Masonic symbol, G. And then, if you don't know, if you're new to the channel, before I continue with my crazy rant, I'm going to zoom out and then I'm going to zoom in to what we know as G. G marks the spot we said the other day, right? Look right here. G. In the middle of this map is G. And then we know in the middle of the Masonic symbol, right? The compass square and the compass square and the compass is a G sitting right there in the middle. So much significance behind the letter G. It's crazy. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to what we were discussing with the triangles down here. I know we were getting deep in the weeds, but let's finish up with the map. You know what I'm saying? Let's finish up with it. Because we got to. That was the promise. And we finished with Moscovia. Let's talk about Liaudi Farnia. I don't know what that translates to exactly. I changed it up a whole bunch of times and it gives me the same thing, right? I don't know what it is. But we're going to go to of Liadi Verandia. Let's zoom out. Zoom out. And then we'll zoom in. Let's zoom out. Let's do it right. Zoom out. Zoom out. Okay, there we go. Let's fix. Oh, Lord have mercy, please. Okay. Let's get that out the way. Jesus. Y'all bear with me. Lord have mercy. I hope I'm not losing you guys. I apologize. Gave us the rainbow. Flat Earth Recon. Is he here? Flat Earth Reconnaissance. Oh yeah, that's for Flat Earth Reconnaissance. That's his page. Okay. Thanks, Maria. I'm lazy by nature, and thank you for that, Maria Walker. Maria Walker holding it down. Shannon Emerson holding it down. You ladies, man, you guys rock. I know every once in a while we have actually lately we've been getting Barbara, right? Jehovah's daughter. She's been in here quite a bit and helping us out a great deal. But all you ladies, you guys are amazing. You guys do the yeoman's work that I fail to do. But you guys are definitely assets to this channel. And you guys rock. You guys are amazing. And I thank you very much. And this channel would be nothing without you guys. Thank you for Maria for looking it up. Yes, the firmament gives the rainbow its arc shape. It sure does. The firmament does. It sure does. And there's no bones about it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this, family. Guys, give me 1 second. I will be right back after these messages. Please talk amongst yourselves. But I'm going to leave this with y'all to watch. Give me a little Brit. I got to take a break for a second, if you don't mind. Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, snap. I thought I was sharing the screen. I'm not sharing that screen yet, but I'm going to send you we're going to put Flat Sword on real quick. And I'll let you guys take a look at that. And then I'll be right back after these messages. Let's just rock with that real quick. Then I'll be right back.
But you know what's funny about this? A lot of these people
Those
that
are
do
good phones.
this,
Yeah, they
you
were.
know, what's funny? A lot of these people that make these excuses, I've seen them on Glober channels talking.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. They're right at home. We should pull out Euclid. We could do like a retro Bev show, and we go through the principles.
Dr. Bass, yeah, that's fine. He says, I don't want to debate, but I can rebut. Rebate.
Oh.
Rebate. Nice. Rebutted.
Actually, when Nathan was debating earlier on politics, he actually used Euclid's principles to shut them down. It works.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And sea level, horizontal, the horizontal plane, they all have to reference something, you know. But their rebuttal was that nobody measures from zero, nobody goes to sea level. We're always above it. Then we have to go to equal elevation and to get the same distance and measurement, and it goes to 90 again. So yeah, it's annoying to go around that circle over and over again.
So I'm looking here and seeing that.
Hey, what's up, Ian? Good to see you, man. He says they're watching all live now. Yeah, and Ian, unfortunately, we can't get anybody to debate because they all just run away. You know, the usual.
High estrogen count. Yeah, apparently when your balls are all in your mind, you have low testosterone.
Nice, I like
it. They have to rise, don't they?
Upper rising balls.
So Luke is going to get protected real good here. I was just seeing a thing in Queensland, Australia. Apparently, approval for the aerosol vaccine to be sprayed over Queensland.
Ah,
whoa,
that's
nice.
Nice. That'll be like using deodorant, Luca. Yeah.
Remind me
to
get the gas mask out.
So, Luca, you'll be now twice as whacked as you are now.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I've got a debate. I think I don't know if it's going to be a debate between all, but it's a good subject. Atheists have no morality.
Yeah, they've got a warped sense of reality, I would say.
I don't think there's anything really truly an atheist. I don't think there's really truly any such thing as an atheist.
No.
If they're claiming some sort of moral high ground, there isn't. Where would they get their morals from? A lawgiver?
No, exactly. I mean,
Oh,
I think
shame. Vipe, guys. Vipe is in Twitch. So Vipe, you can come into a debate as well. He says, "Did you see the latest short from Jack All Trades?" Yeah, the idiot that just shows me demonstrating net
Yeah.
forces, and then all he says is magic box fantasy physics.
why would
First of all,
football?
I want to say something. Does he know that he is, first of all, hasn't got a rebuttal to what I presented because he just showed what I presented? And secondly, he is then denouncing Newton's laws of motion. And Lucas, stop fucking coming in, you piece of shit.
Look
Still
at
in
Telling me
the
the hell out of me.
background?
one. Piss off. Take the hint and go away. I'll set Vicky on you. Simple.
Ooh, you don't want that. You don't want that.
I tell you what, I'm gonna go over to Lucas' channel and start putting comments in his videos. You can't get on the live feed, so
Luca, how would you
Why,
like
See,
man?
the problem
Yeah.
is now, you see Vicky,
Yeah.
you see now Vicky's on, now we're 10 people, so we maximum. Now they won't have any space for anybody to come on.
I'll drop out if somebody comes in.
Oh, look
I'll
at
let them come
Vibe,
in.
guys. This is Vibe. I just asked him to come on, guys. No, Flatsword, grow a pair and get out of your echo chamber. We are busy, literally live right now, inviting you to come and debate us to show us how we are wrong. There's no echo chamber. We said you're not allowed to
You
come
got
on.
something else? You got something besides your fucking Chat GPT and your Google shit?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you don't. You're just the same old tired fucking tard that comes on every other time.
How would you like to do it? If
I
you,
want this bike guy to come on.
okay, if you were doing a live stream, how would you like it if everybody came into your private chat, spam, and it kept jumping in front of you? Even when you were in the panel, no, you weren't part of the panel, you were in here. You did it in here as well. You're just a derailer. Simple. Go away. Don't come back on either of our channels. Not wanted. Yeah. Because he's a troll. He's trying to impress his lords. FTFE and McToon and that. Well, always trying to impress somebody. Yeah.
So Flash, so you got the link over there in the other
Yeah, it's
stream?
up there. Links there.
Come on, dude.
Still no Globy or anybody attempting to click on that link to debate any subject. I mean, damn, they can even debate what's the favorite color and why that color is the superior color. It doesn't really matter anything.
Why is the sky green? How about that?
Yeah. Why is the sky plaid? Come on, anything.
I know, right?
But we're in an echo chamber here. We're all just echoing everything.
Yeah,
We don't
did
disagree
you
on
find
nothing.
it weird, guys? Did you find it weird that they always call the echo chambers the ones that are saying come in and have a discussion?
Family, I apologize for that. I am back. And that is an awesome panel. That is a good channel. If you don't know, that is Flatsword. I hate to had to have cut that off, but I wanted you guys to see that. And it was probably a riveting discussion that they were having, but we are having ours. But Flatsword is definitely one of the better channels out there. And highly recommend his channel. You know what I'm saying? I recommend his channel. I recommend his content and sub and like to his stuff as well. And yeah, it's the G spot out there. Let me go ahead and unpresent. Boom. Rocket launch according to the firmament. Boom. Rockets launch according to the firmament, arcing up and then down. Yes. Boom. Riley Studios, shame on me. Boom, Riley. I remember that spot, the G spot. Long hanging joke opportunity. Yeah. The sky's the limit. The firmament is truly the limit. Yes. That's what she said, Riley. Boom. Oh, you guys are just trash, humor. Got you. Gotta come out. Boy, you're not sharing the screen iron. Wait, I thought I just shared what's his name's content. Wait, I wasn't I thought I was sharing that. Oh boy, take your time. We're watching you. Okay. No rush for that. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for waiting on me. Thank you for that. Like to help you analyze the map, but the high definition version of the is on the browser and it takes too long to download. Each zoom is bad here. Palkus, I don't know where here is, but tell me if you don't mind sharing where you're at, right? Just you can share it with us. I'd love to know. Flat Earth ladies are awesome. They sure are. They sure are. And my buddy's married to one, and he is fortunate. He is lucky. Good woman he's married to. Right? Don't see the map. Hold on. Let's bring that up. I apologize for that, y'all. Kind of dropping the ball over there. So let me pick that joker back up. And we will have that map. Boom. There it is. Whoop, there it is. Oh Lord, this thing is unforgiving, man. Let me tell you. Okay. All right. This map, man, I swear, Lord. Oh my Lord, please. Okay. Now we're cooking with grease. All right. All right. So here we go. Now we're cooking with grease. Good. So let me go back to the family over here. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. For everybody that's here and coming in here, welcome. And thank you for liking, thank you for subbing, and thank you for sharing this content. We're going to get back down to business, and I'm going to take a sip one more time over here. We're going to get back down to business and covering the map and this quadrant that we've been discussing. Crazy thing about the stories in each one of those triangles that we're seeing is that it doesn't cover the entire meridian. And so we're basically going hand over hand with each part of that meridian for the most part, right? And getting much of what Urbano Monte isn't discussing, right? But he does give a shout out to the Tartarians, which we call them Tartarians. They're really called the Tartars, right? He talks about them. He talks about their region. And a lot of you guys have knowledge of those people. You talk about their recipes, their food, stuff that maybe some of us are not privy to. You know what I'm saying? And that this is what's so good about you guys in the chat, is that you have a broad range of knowledge, and I think it's necessary that we share that with each other so we get to know a little bit more and we can research a little bit more. You know, one person doesn't know everything, but together we can make these puzzles fit and work. And you guys are amazing for that. I think I appreciate y'all. No, I'm not going to eat, man. Not yet. I just had to go grab a thing, man. But my friends did prepare me a plate. I appreciate them too. Swiss sandwich. Tony Coriolis, brother, man. What's happening, man? It's been a while. It's been a while. Tony Coriolis, welcome. It's good to see you. What's up, buddy? Guys, is there a Discord group or a chat for this channel? No, there isn't. There isn't. You know what, Palkus? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a Discord group. I might make one today just to make life easier for everybody. Eratosthenes is just saying error tossing these. That's a good one. Error here, tossing these. I like that. Not aware, Palkus. No, there isn't one, but I will make a Discord and I will share that with you guys the next time. I promise. I absolutely love these shows, and thank you, Raleigh Studios. Thank you. And I love that you love these shows, and I like presenting for you guys too. Thank you. Flat Sword Rules, yes, all around, he's a good dude. And you know, sometimes his content is a little bit different and comes at a different time. And for those of you that can share his content, I think is amazing that he can do this for us. You know, so Ironwork is also there, that he is a flat earther and he also provides flat earth content. That would be Flat Sword. That's my impression of Flat Sword. My bad. He probably be like, I don't sound like that, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, every once in a while, if somebody has a distinct accent or they have a distinct sound about them, I go ahead and I mimic it. You know, I try not to do that too much. Some people don't like that. I tell you, man, that was like my claim to fame when I was in the service. I used to sit there and just mimic people and mock them. Some people loved it. They were like, "Hey, that's not what I sound like, but whatever." And I do the mannerisms and stuff like that. And there were some people that absolutely hated it, and they'd be mad as hell. They'd be like, "Hey, man," they put me off to the side. They'd be like, "Hey, man, I don't appreciate you talking about me like that. I don't sound like that." And I'm like, "Okay, man, I'll chill." They go away, and then my dumb ass, I go ahead and I start doing that nonsense again, man. I can't help myself. Sometimes I just start mimicking them, and people, it's not good when you give me power by laughing. It's not cool because those people that don't like it, I was an ass about it. You know what I'm saying? But I've learned to just tone it down a little bit if they don't like it these days, and I just stop. And I've changed in that regard. But yeah, man, yeah, I was bad. My ex-wife, I used to do that. I used to mimic and mock her, and my girl, she would laugh her butt off, and then it would piss her off. My God, it would piss her off. I did it with my parents. My parents think it's amazing that I mimic them. They laugh about it. My dad is like, he could take it or leave it. He's like, man, you need to grow up. My mom thinks it's hilarious. My brothers just love it. Like everybody that I do it around, they love it. But if it's you and you ain't ready for it, you're gonna be like, hey, bro, that's not what I sound like. Meanwhile, everybody's confirming they're like, that's exactly what you sound like. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, man. Anyway, my silly self, man, I need to chill. Flat so I'd be like, hey, Ironwork, it's not how I sound at all. So I appreciate you covering me, but this noise that you make, that's not at all how I sound. No. You know what I'm saying? Let me stop, man. Let me stop. Oh boy. I apologize, y'all. Let me chill, man. He's gonna be I can see him. He's gonna come now and he's gonna be like, so Ironwick, is this true that you claim to mock me on my on your channel? Is this so? If so, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. These claims that they make, those folks, the Globers, they say that you mock me. Is this true? You know what I'm saying? So, ah, boy. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Comedy time is over, man. Let me get back to reading this stuff, man. I'm over here making these jokes, man. And then people, somebody's gonna come around and start making fun of me. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna strap on one of those Groucho Marx glasses, get a big nose. They're gonna paint it brown, you know, and then they're gonna be like, "Hey, dude, hey, MF this, MF that." Then they're gonna be like, "Who's that?" And people gonna be like, "That's Ironwork 92,000." You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get a big old, don't do blackface because you'll get in trouble for that. You know, they'll shadow up their face, make it all dark, make their nose super big, or they might get a whole bell pepper and paint it brown. You know what I'm saying? Be like, whose nose is this? They'd be like, oh, that's Ironwork's nose. Look at that big bell pepper in his face. You know what I'm saying? So I run the risk of getting made fun of too. But hey, man, I take it, it's all in good humor. I take it all in stride. It is what it is, man. I grew up getting made fun of, man. People would make fun of me, you know. People would talk about how big my nose was when I was a kid and how I had a big nose, right? And I had big ears, and people would call me Dumbo when I was a kid. And so I had to learn to deal with that, but I had to be slick too. And I had to be ready to make fun of people at like a moment's notice. I had to be ready to defend myself with my words a lot of times and my hands as well. But I was real slick. You know what I'm saying? So I could make fun of you and then I could start mocking and mimicking you too. And don't let your parents have some kind of quirk about them, your own parents, because I'd start mimicking your parents. and I'd start mimicking people's parents, giving them beatings in the street. And man, people just wasn't ready. People wasn't ready for the amount of nonsense and just fuckery that I'd come up with when I came to people. You know what I'm saying? When I came to people making fun of them, they just wasn't ready for the craziness. So, but okay, I digress, man. Let's get back to business. Let's get back to what we was covering. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize for that. You know what I'm saying? I went a little bit too deep in the break, but we're gonna cover this right here. All right. So we're gonna talk about Liari Fania. Fania. Della of Liari Faria. And it goes like this. All right. Of the Liari Fania. Of the Liari Fania. Today, the whole of Libya or Africa is universally called Barbaria. So when we hear of things like the Barbary Coast, right? The Barbary Coast, they're talking about up there by Libya, Barbaria. Barbarians come from that region. So real quick about the term Barbary, when you hear ba 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 ba. This was a way for the Greeks to make fun of people. Anybody that came to the Greek lands or where Greek people were prevalent, and if they didn't understand you, you were considered a barbarian and you were considered beneath them and just like backwoods. When I say backwoods, I'm saying like uncultured, uncivilized. So they considered anybody that didn't speak Greek barbarians. You understand what I'm saying? So if they didn't understand what the hell you were saying, they said you were just bah, 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 bah. Like you just said a bunch of stuff. And to them, it was all Greek to them. Funny. Funny enough, because it's all Greek no, it's not all Greek to them. It's not Greek, it's barbaric, right? But to us, it would have been, if we were the Greeks, it would have been considered all Greek to us. Is that making sense? I'm trying to make a dad joke at the same time. I think you guys follow what it is I'm trying to say. But yeah, the barbarians, they would call them that because they just say a bunch of words they don't understand. Ba 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 ba. But anyway, let's continue. And its peoples are called Moors. Your Moors came from those northern African regions, some from Spain as well too. Moorish, Moor from Morocco, Moroccans, and Mauritania, right? In particular, then the Mauritania, Tingatania. It is today called the Kingdom of Fes. In the Kingdom of Morocco, the Caesareanese. They call the Kingdom of Tremesen. This is so oddly punctuated. Anyway, these people almost all live under huts made of branches and clay. They are towards Europe and the fields and very fertile. So, wow. And they yield 100. God, dog, man. They are very Europe towards Europe, and the fields are very okay. The fields are very fertile towards Europe, and the fields are very fertile. Okay, so that's funny because that region, that area, it wasn't known to be fertile, at least within our lifetimes. Just kind of a side note, if you didn't know, that area, those areas of Libya and what people would call Barbaria, um, in the 60s, in and around the 60s or the 50s, it was a lot of that was dry. Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi, um, comes into power, right? And it's dry. During that time, he changes the face of Libya and he introduces water into that region. And when he does, he damn, I lost a lot of y'all. I'm sorry. And when he does, when he introduces it, he has green square. So if you don't know, Libya was bone dry. They had all sorts of issues. They were like on the lower end of things. Gaddafi comes into power, totally goes from night to day in and around that region, and Libya changes. Libya gets better, and then we took Muammar Gaddafi out of power, and now Libya's back in the dumps again. You know what I'm saying? Hey, boy, relax. They're coming. They're coming for you, right? And so, yeah, yeah, Muammar Gaddafi, he irrigated that area, and he brought water back into Libya and fertilized he made the place fertile. And apparently that place was fertile at one time. It was very fertile from what they're saying in there. It was very, very fertile, right? And so Muammar Gaddafi introduced the water, made the place fertile again. Yep. Portugal. Thank you. Right. So there it is. Gravity tries to be the weight. Okay. Let me go back. Okay. The bad guys always win. The big, like I've said before, and I'll say it again, might makes right, and the big eat the little. The big eat the little. We have a lot of power, us as individuals. We just need to band together because we're bigger than those who claim they're big. Because the big will always eat the little. The big will always eat the little. We just have to use our power, and we have to win. We have to win. That's it. Yes, that's right. There's a lot of human trafficking. They're using that portion of Africa as a place to do human trafficking. I think it's wild. Human trafficking now. Yeah. So let me continue. Let me continue. I don't want to be sidetracked too much and then you guys miss out. Try me saying these people live in huts made of mud, made of branches and clay. Fields are very fertile and yield 100. These are vines as large as any tree in our countries, and they make a large moon near Mount Atlas. Near Mount Atlas. Make a large moon near Mount Atlas. There are very tall trees without knots. Wow, the trees don't have any bumps in them. Without knots. And the ancients say that from here came those very noble cedar planks held in great esteem by the ancients. Okay, so I thought cedar or much of the cedar only came from the regions of like Persia, ancient Persia, Lebanon, in and around those areas, and you could hear how how much these people relied on their cedars because, and which is strange to me because cedar is a softer wood, and but it smells amazing. If you've ever cut down a cedar tree, which I've cut down many, and just smelling the sawdust from them smells amazing. Cedar does. But these trees were held in great esteem in the regions like I mentioned, Persia, um, around there, Jordan, uh, um, what's that? Yeah, Persia, Jordan, and that all that region, right? And apparently it's the same with the areas, Morocco and those areas and stuff. But let me continue. Let me get off that. Let me continue. I'm running my mouth too much. More sorts of Venetian animals are born in Africa than in other countries or parts of the world. The main city and head of the whole Africa was already Carthage, which for a long time gave the Romans to do through whose hands, as the Prefarch says, Trevolte fell in it in alia terza jique. I don't know what that is. Trevolte fell in alia terza jique. That's what it says. That's what I read, and that's what I wrote, word for word. Um, does it require further study? I would say yes. I would say all this does. But that's what I gathered from that. One more quarter. Nice to see you, brother. Open slave market. Sad. Yes. Lebanon. Yes, that's what it was. Maria Walker, Lebanon. Thank you for that. We have open slave markets. They're called schools. We make excellent debt slaves. Yes, we do. It's just control. It's so controlled. We send ourselves into it. Very good point. One more quarter. Very good point. Right. Okay. Now that is number 8. Cheers, my friend. Cheers and welcome. Like, share, sub if you haven't. Like, share, sub, please. And this is numero 9. Number 9. Number 9. But before we go into number 9, let's go up here and look at these remarkable creatures. Look at this. Look at this. First, we have this knotted up. We have this guy right here. Right? We have that knotted up creature. But before we continue up the meridian, let's talk about this guy right here. The great priest of Jenny, right? And I'm going to read to you him. I'm going to read to you about him. Okay. The great priest of Jenny. Right? So that right there, the high priest king, the high priest Jenny king of Greater Ethiopia, the black king of Ethiopia, to whom the Korphese sky gave so much power. So I'm believing from the sky they gave him power. Some from the heavens they gave him power. Has many kings. They do not seem subject to him with their people and with their country, but those services that they do to their fruit make them a clear sign to the sun. Make them a clear sign to the sun, like sun, sun. And it has costs among us Christians, and it has costs among us Christians locally, but for water at the baptism. Oh, whoa. But for water at the baptism, he uses fire. Wow. Because as a Christian, as Christians, many times every time we use water to baptize, he uses fire. Okay. Okay. That's different. That's totally different. Yeah. I didn't want to skip over that guy right there because that's a prominent feature in that map. And I didn't want to skip over it. Okay. And so where were we? Yes, we were at the meridian. We were at the meridian. So we got this little knotted up. It looked like a piece of blue corn with teeth and nails. That's what this thing looks like, a knotted up piece of blue corn. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see that? Janice. I've heard of like Janissary. It's I don't Janus. Janus. Or I've heard of the god Janus, Janus, right? The double-headed god, the god of January. And if we were following the map properly based off of the names, Janus is supposed to be an 11, right? It's supposed to be 2 face with the front, face with the back. Janus is supposed to, I guess, represent either the number 2 or the number 11. And January is supposed to actually truly be the 11th month, February being the 12th, December, Deci being the 10th. I don't know. But moving right along, maybe you guys could dice that up and kind of split it. But let's go up the meridian real quick. Let's back out. We got that blue piece of corn animal thing right there. Look like one of them crazy dinosaur creatures that they used to have, right? That they would show with those armor plate on the back, on the top. And we have these birds. I don't know if they're huge birds or if they're birds of the land, right? And then this is Terra Vista. Terra de Vista. This looks like an owl creature. That's just some random bird. This one being better drawn than that one. Right? Let's see. Scroll out. See right here. Romero's. Yeah, we spoke about that one. This is the Turkish fleet right here. Sofala region. Sofala in South America, which like this, or in Africa. But what I find crazy is, like I said, you have all this land, Manapotapa region. You have all this land. None of it is being discussed. All this, right? All this land, nothing discussed. The Gulf of Quimalse Dara. So we have lions in this region too. All right. We got lions in that region. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me zoom in here. Right. And then we're back in Cyprus again. Right up there. We're in Cairo, Egypt. Right. Now, one of the things missing, obviously, is what? The Suez. Right. That's because we put the Suez, I think, what, in the 1800s, we built the Suez Canal. But the Suez giving us access from the Med into the Red Sea, right? But I want you guys to pay special attention to the Red Sea, right? Look at the Red Sea. Look at the Red Sea, right? This is a body of water that's been discussed. We got the Red Sea and you've got the Dead Sea, right? Couple of reasons I want you guys to pay special attention to it, because you've got the Dead Sea. That's it. It almost looks as if it is landlocked, right, to some degree, and then it not necessarily, but it empties out in here. It doesn't empty out down here. Doesn't empty out over there. It's landlocked. It's the Dead Sea, right, and it's super salty. We know the Dead Sea to be super salty, high salinity. And nothing could really live in there because the salinity in there is so high, right? Now, let me show y'all something. So you see this right here. I want you guys to know where you are. Let me show. I'll show you here in a second. But this is, where are we? Where is it? Rafah, Gaza Strip, right? Larissa, we know up here is Israel, Nazareth, Ramah, right? Ramah and Rafah. Now, Petra is here. So we know we're in and around Jordan, right? We're in and around Jordan. Jerusalem, Bethlehem. Look at that. Hebron, Goris. But look at this. Look here. I'm going to show y'all something. Take a look at this. This ends right here. This terminates right here. Look at the Red Sea. The Red Sea is by itself here. And then, of course, we have hold on. Let me move out right there. We got Mambalabdim. We have the Strait of Mambalabdim. We have the Goa, the Gulf of Aden, right? We got the Red Sea. We got the Strait of Mambalabdim. We've got the Gulf, what they call the Goa, the Gulf of Aden. They called it the Gulf of Arabia, the Arabian Gulf, Forteza, and everything else. Pay close attention to this. I'm going to show you guys something right here, right? Hold on. Let me also you zoom out. I'm going to zoom in right here. I want to show y'all. this, how much this place has changed. So again, Red Sea. Now, this is the point I'm going to make, or this is what I'm going to show y'all right here. Where's this crazy thing? There we go. Okay. Show it to y'all here in a little bit. Okay. Where we at? Let me bring you guys up to speed. I'm going to close that out and I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. Stop screen. Let me show y'all that. Check this out. Boom. So right now I got you guys up on arches. Right here is the Red Sea. Look here. This is the Gulf of Suez, and then it brings us to the Suez Canal. See that? This is the Sinai Peninsula. It apparently it did not exist 500 years ago. There's a different. Here's one of the major differences right here. Suez Gulf wasn't there. Right here, Gulf of Aqaba wasn't there. Look at this. Right here. Wasn't there. This looks like a big old shark's tooth where at one time it didn't even exist. One time it didn't even exist. Now, here, one of the big reasons that apparently one of the big reasons that Gaza and the people that dwell in and around this region are being systemically destroyed, killed, and wiped out by the synagogue of Satan is because they're looking to put the same thing, a canal like this. They want to put a canal right there, and they're going to call it the Ben Gurion Canal. David Ben Gurion, I think he was the first prime minister of Israel, right? The Ben Gurion Canal. They were going to put it right here, right there. So they want to wipe these people out. The synagogue of Satan does. But yeah, this at one time did not exist. All this. It does now. I don't know when it started to develop. This is where looking at old maps, right? Yeah. Looking at old maps and the like is important to kind of give us an understanding of how it changed, how rapid it took to change, when it changed exactly, when all that water was introduced into the area. All these things are important for sure, for sure. But yeah, Petra is a trip. That's here more is less salty than a Glober debate. Yep, exactly. Janice, John the Baptist, Aquarius, perhaps. Okay, good points. But yeah, I thought that was interesting to show y'all that Petra is a trip, because even though Petra looks like it's melted, the regions around Petra suffered the same kind of fate, it looks like, because a lot of places outside of Petra, or not, yeah, that one place in Petra that everybody's used to seeing, like on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the other buildings around there are melted as well. It's not just that one place in Petra. The other buildings suffered the same thing that one place in Petra did. They're like melted into the rock. So it's not like they just chiseled the place around rock. The whole place must have been a standing up, and it's now destroyed, melted. It's now just like a husk of its former self. Sedonia, Arizona looks very similar to Petra. That's strange. I got to check that out. Hi, Maria. Love to see Petra. That's one of my places that I need to visit on my bucket list as well. That's Galilee. That's Galilee. Okay, so many places to go. Yeah. Less food stamps, more passport stamps. There's a YouTube channel called UBTV, and he asserts that the cradle of civilization is in America. I've heard that one. I've heard the cradle of civilization is here in America. Fascinating, Maria, like Detroit or Yellowstone. Yeah, to Raleigh, so many places. Indeed, I agree. Snakes or forked tongue. Thanks for the Billy laughs. Welcome. Hey, man, I appreciate you. It's probably going to get up to him, man. I hope he takes it well. You know what I'm saying? But that's how I show my appreciation for somebody, by mimicking them. If I don't mimic you, maybe you just don't. Not that I don't like you if I don't mimic you. It's just maybe you're just not weird enough to be mimicked. But everybody has their own signature move. You know what I'm saying? We're like wrestlers in that regard. We all have our own little signature move. Did not carve Petra out of rock. Exactly. They didn't. They didn't. Grand Canyon is spectacular. I saw Galilee written right beneath Jerusalem. Okay, let's go back to that map real quick. We'll get away from ArcGIS real fast, and we'll go back to the map. Apologize, y'all. Stop sharing ArcGIS. And we're going to go back to the map. Give me a second. Yeah. Yeah, what's up? Oh, I thought you. Oh. Oh. Tunguska. Okay. All right. I want to show you guys something else. I want to show you guys something else that I think you guys would totally find interesting. Okay. I know I was just looking for something, but I think this would tickle you guys' fancy. And once I show you this, you guys can more than likely dig a little bit deeper than what I'm showing you. All right. So I'm going to bring up ArcGIS one more time so you guys could break it up and devour it yourselves. I'm going to show you ArcGIS right here. So are you guys familiar with the Tunguska experiment, right? Or the Tunguska thing that went down in 1908, right? So the big explosion, it's right here. It's actually here, right next to Lake Baikal, like the deepest lake in the world, above Mongolia, in Siberia, Russia. You know what all this is? All this right here. That is Tartaria. That's Tartar. All that. That's Tartary. That's Tartary. That is Tartary. Right there. So if you know about the Tunguska occurrence, I don't know what you would call it, but that explosion that they claimed happened by a meteorite that went down, because that's the thing, is these people of the globe are going to claim that it's from a meteorite or it's from some object that fell from the sky. It very well could have been. Their claim is that it is a meteorite. Lord, with what we're starting to discover of all these places being destroyed, whether it's by fire or by man-made cataclysms or man-made this or man-made that or something, right? That's where Tartary was, or much of Tartary was there. Tunguska occurrence happening there as well. Who's to say that it was a meteorite? How do we know it wasn't a bomb that they used to destroy it just so they can get rid of it? But it was right here. I think that's something that warrants a little bit more of an investigation as well, instead of just saying it was a meteorite that exploded above ground and then walk away from it, right? And we have other regions in and around the area that still hold on to their old structures. That still is old world architecture. 20 miles of missing curvature. Yeah. Live wind patterns of Earth. Maria. Justin Nemos uploaded a video from PhD Man explaining Grand Canyon took its shape after the flood. That's interesting. I did not know that. Justin Nemos it seems like a pretty cool dude. I've seen him talking with not Jaron, Austin Whitsitt the other day. Oh. 20 miles of missing curvature. Yeah. As you guys come in, please don't forget to like, share, and sub. Please don't forget to like, share, and sub. But I thought that was interesting. Just a little bit of food for thought, something that I would show you guys. But yeah, let me stop showing that and let's get back on to what we were discussing. Okay, back here. So let's go back to the map. Let me present, share screen, get this old map. Boom, there it is. Okay, so we saw the Sinai Peninsula, looks like a shark's tooth. Boom, and then here made the Gulf of Aqaba. It's a place, it's a thing now, right? And that comes down and it looks like a long tooth. It looks like a long shark's tooth. And now we have the Sinai Peninsula, where one time it didn't exist. It wasn't a thing, right? One time it wasn't a thing. There goes Cairo, Egypt, Suez, for the Suez Canal, right? Suez is a place. Sete Popi, Almana Grondel. And I think you mentioned under Jerusalem. There's Jericho. This is important. Look at where Jericho was. This is where Joshua, right, brought the walls down, apparently. So this is crazy how it's right here on the map. Joshua right there brought the walls down. A couple of things Joshua did. He also did what? Everybody knows him for stopping the sun right in its place. Joshua stops the sun stops over, what is it, Gibeon, and the moon stops over Ajalon, which they're near each other, right? Gibeon, Ajalon. And then 4 hours away from that place, 4 hours like driving distance away from Gibeon and Ajalon is Petra. I think that's pretty significant and important, especially if you're stopping the sun for a whole day. 4 hours away is Petra. And then not too far from there is Mount Ararat, like 330 miles away from Göbekli Tepe. 333 miles away from Göbekli Tepe is the base of Mount Ararat. It's crazy how all these things are somewhat loosely connected. You know what I'm saying? Jericho right here. If you want to make sure, you could even pin this part of the map. Just go to the Sinai Peninsula area, right? And then you can see Jericho. There goes Nazareth. There goes Jericho. There's Gaza, Belsame, right? Look at that. All these places the Bible talks about. There goes Damascus, Syria. And right up here is Syria. Right here is Syria. Right there is Israel. Right there is Israel. And Syria is all up here. Right? Arabian desert. And look at these wild creatures in here. Right? All right, who's joining us? Buttered Biscuits.
Buttered Biscuits. How you guys doing?
Butters, hey family, everybody say hi to Butters. Butters is here in the house. Welcome,
Hey.
Butters, man.
Hey, man. Good to see you.
Amazing.
I haven't seen you for a minute, so I said, let me go try to pop on here for a minute, see what's
Hey,
going
man.
on.
Yeah, man. We're tearing this map up. We're looking at a couple of things. Smoking in G sharp. Good to see you, brother. Looking at a couple of things, tearing the map up. We were just not deciphering, but rather translating those little triangles at the bottom of the map. And the way it reads, those triangles don't correlate. Like I once thought they did. They don't correlate to the exactly what's within the meridians fully. They don't.
Okay.
It's pretty wild. But as we read them, like you have to take your time, and it's not properly punctuated, but hey, whatever. If we could translate it, we could kind of figure it out. It's not fully punctuated properly, but hey, I'm not the purveyor of proper grammar. I'm just not. So we do what we can with what we got. And so far we've got quite a bit. But these guys are kind of breaking it down. It's not me by myself. You know what I'm saying? These guys are figuring some things out. You've got a guy named Voy in here. He's from the Netherlands area. He's from the Netherlands. So, you know,
Nice.
he sees things from that perspective, and he's brought quite a bit to the discussion as well. So these guys are pretty instrumental in these small little discoveries that we come up with in the Urbano Monte map. Anyway, how you been, man? I'm sorry to
No, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just a little tired. Been out and about. We got a lot of storms here.
Yeah.
Up in Pennsylvania, I had a tree go down, and
Ooh.
you know,
On your
hit part of
property?
the house. Yeah, it hit a mudroom, so I had to
Ooh.
work on trying to fix that stuff. And
Okay.
little bit tired from that, and I had some friends of the family come over yesterday, so
Okay.
out late. But outside of that, man, I'm hanging in there, you know.
Man, hell yeah, that's what I'm
Hanging
talking
in there.
about. It's good to
Yeah.
hear you, man. Work means you're healthy.
That's right.
You
That's
know what I'm
right.
saying? I'm
That's a
glad to
good
see
thing.
that you working, you moving about, man, and you taking care of that property. That's what's
Yep.
up.
That's what you got to do.
Yep. So we have been looking at the Sinai Peninsula region. What I showed to these guys was that the Sinai Peninsula was not always a peninsula. And here it is right here. Right? You see it on the map?
I do. Sorry, I had muted.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
for
So
sure.
we went to ArcGIS. Let me move out. We went to ArcGIS, and let me share with you guys the ArcGIS screen that I got. So ArcGIS is Google Earth, essentially, right?
You do it side by side.
Yeah. Give me a second. Can you do a side by side?
If you do, well, if you share your screen and then you open two separate windows, I would imagine you should be able to, right? You have to share the screen, not just the one. Screen.
I got you. I got you.
Be the entire screen.
All right. I'm not that advanced yet, but I'll learn it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
Yeah.
let me show you ArcGIS real quick.
And
But
then
you
just
saw
crop it.
you saw that region that was the Sinai Peninsula, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get down to it. Boom, right here. You could spot that thing from you see? Here's the Red Sea too.
Mhm.
This wasn't there. You see it?
Mhm.
That was not there. All this was covered up with land. Everything up here was like small little rivulets and stuff. You had Suez and all that. All this was covered with land. But now you have this. You didn't have a Gulf of Aqaba. That wasn't a thing back then. But now it exists. The Gulf of the Suez. Suez looked like it was more a region than it
Well,
was.
you wonder too if they kind of dug this stuff out too. You know what I mean?
Possibly.
So they could get ships up there.
Right,
So
right.
Civilization looks better next to water, right?
Yeah. Totally. But it wasn't there 500 years ago.
Yeah.
I just think that's remarkable that this tooth exists now. This peninsula exists now, where at one time it wasn't there at all.
Yeah, it's interesting too. If you just look at the map, it doesn't have any of the texture showing that it's real deep above the area. You know, it's like real. It looks much more shallow. It doesn't have any kind of protrusions or whatever from the ground in the water.
Exactly. True stories. Look at this. Yep. So all right there. Yeah, this is I guess you could say it's relatively new.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, let's get back to the actual map action. Then I'll get out of that. Stop sharing. Boom. Okay. So we're gonna present Monty's map. Monty's map madness. Sharing. Boom. There it is. Because sharing is caring. There it is again.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And yeah, we were talking about this and how a lot of it looks erased. We were talking about these lines in here. At first, I thought it was like erased lines, but a lot of people figured that it's possibly folded lines, right? The creases from
I
the
was
map
gonna say
being
the
folded.
crease. Yeah, it looks like a
So
crease.
you can see the creases right there.
Yeah.
But another thing is that these maps, like we figured that they were hand drawn. This whole thing was hand drawn. It's not like he had a ruler and just, you know what I'm saying? Like you could just tell.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not perfect, but it's very well drawn, hand drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were just working our way up each meridian and looking at these places. Up Garmisch. Let's see. Kizo. So a lot of this right here is Turkey and stuff right up in here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then more Cappadocia. Then we went into the Black Sea, which even that had a different name. The Major Sea, or the Maggiore Mare. Mare Maggiore. The Major Sea. Now, if we move to the east, right here, we've got the Caspian. We've got the Caspian Sea, but it looks like it got split in half. And the Caspian's being known for it's a sea that's well known for being landlocked now. But it looks like it's got these little outlets, right? That give you access, like other people's access to getting into the Caspian. But now it's known for being landlocked. But it doesn't look like it's always been like that. But looks like it was at once called, half of it was called the Iracano or the Ircano Sea. And then right here, the Caspian Sea. The Caspian Sea. Yep. Look at that. Now, hopefully I'm not moving too far ahead because this is the last meridian that we have to cover before we wrap it up for the day. But here's this right here. We have Assyria, which is next to Armenia, obviously, and Turkey and regular Syria, right? We have Assyria.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tauris, right here.
And it's Persia to your bottom right.
Yep. And currently, Iran or Persia?
I wonder if they have Babylon.
Again?
It wouldn't go back that far, Babylon itself. You're saying this is from 1600s, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Right. Well, this is this is the end of the 16th century going into the 17th century.
Okay.
So look at this. Chilminar, blah, blah, blah. Look at all these places. The Persian Gulf. Look at that. Bulsara, Lassa. Guys, Yubal. Man, this place, this map itself is a treasure map. I think. Tartary.
There it is. That's what everybody's talking about, Tartaria.
Yeah. This is just part of it.
Oh, there it is up there. Tartaria right up there.
Tartary. Yeah, all of this is Tartary. Yeah, all of it is.
Do they include it on this one in the United States, or they don't have? I in total.
I
saw another map that does include it going into the Canada and the United States.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. Look at all this that it covers.
Yeah, it's
You know
all
what
of
I'm
Russia.
saying? And then
Former.
yeah, and this is where we started to see where whatchamacallit, where it was Lake Baikal was up and around there. You got this little unicorn that they call an alicorn, right here. But you've got where the explosion occurred. So we come inland over here, and it was above Mongolia, what people call Mongolia. I know I'm kind of moving ahead on the map, and we're actually going to touch on this here in the next few weeks. But Satania, what? I don't know. Some of this could be erased or just changed, or
Satanian, maybe.
possibly, or maybe this is a P instead of a T, and it's just no, it's a Safanian.
Maybe.
So it's a F. Safanian region. Safanian.
Huh. And look at that river that goes through there. I mean, that thing's huge too.
Yeah, this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wonder. Let me see.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, look at that. I have no idea. Does it go? What does it take? It takes us to the Caspian again. Look at that.
Wow. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
It's a huge river.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the width of India. If you look like on scale for the, if you screw out a little bit, like the whole peninsula of India, the tail end of it's like the whole width of that.
Wow. You know
You
what?
see what I mean?
Yeah.
Really long.
Yeah. It covers all of this actually, or it could. Wow, that is a long river. The Tars River. The Tars River. The Turkmenistan. Turkstan. Turkstan. Okay.
Turkestan.
Yeah. Turkestan. Sirister Desert. Safanian. I think, yeah, we saw that one. Turk region. Turkmenistan.
Look at some of the teepees on the top. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's just there's actually quite a few of those.
Yep.
You're using teepees and all that.
All these regions, they got teepees. Right here too. Color change, but look at that. They got the horse and buggy, or something like an ox and buggy, maybe. I don't know.
Donkeys, maybe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Celitis, Tars. Let's continue. Deserto Lop. Park. Tartaro. The Tartaro Sea. Huh. Look at that. The Tartaro Sea. Wow, that's pretty dang interesting. That I didn't notice. That's another one we just picked up on. Nubio Laco. Sirosorum. Prominent del Tenebre. Malogono. I don't know. What am I saying? Why did I say that? No Guy Tart. Wow. This place is huge. Tartar was huge. It covered a lot of this that northern portion of like Asia Minor.
It was like 2/3 of the land, it looks like, basically.
Say again?
I mean, it appears they own like 2/3 of the land.
Yeah. That would be safe to say that, yeah. I'd agree. The Indo, like basically India. Right? Let's see. Kandahar. Wow, it's still there. Wow. And then you've got these two devils talking with each other, taking a smoke break. This one right here,
Wow. Yeah.
separate from them. But you've got demons, it looks like, in these regions. Monte Usonte. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me back out of that. I am going to go back to where we were so we could finish up with the last one for this quadrant, right? We're going to finish with the last triangle of this quadrant. We're going to wrap it up because my friends are good enough to let me do this here today. I've got to not be rude. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We were
I
going
threw you a
hard.
squirrel. Sorry, man.
Huh? Say
I said
again?
I threw you a scar. I threw you a squirrel, and I didn't mean to. Sorry about that.
No. That's all right, man. I think, but we dig it though. You know what I'm saying? We dig it, and we need to get down to this map. So the whole purpose behind this is, yes, to kind of break this down, yes, to figure it all out, but at the same time, Indostan. Okay, Voy, thank you for that. At the same time, we're tackling it simultaneously. So I'm not looking at something or something that maybe I might have missed, the other guys in the chat might have seen, and then we can tackle it together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's important that, yes, that I look at it, but if they see something, they can then stop me. We could stop whatever is going on, and we could give it the attention that it deserves.
Can you send me a link to it as well? Just
Absolutely. Easy
I'll
day.
be quiet after this, and we'll let's kick it.
Yes. Yes, I can do that.
If you
I
want to
can
send it
do that.
private or in the comments, either way.
Yep. I'll send it to you right here. Boom. Easy day. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put that, I'm going to put this, I promise you guys that I will put this in the, whatchamacallit section of the video today. I'm going to put it in the description box of the video today. I'm going to have this in there and a couple of other things that I think need attention. But earlier today, my shipmate's wife was talking about the Royal Rife machine. I'm sure you know about the Rife machine, right?
No, I'm not sure.
Get out of here. What?
Well, I mean, if I've heard of it, remind me. But
I figured you would have known, but it's a machine that basically generates RF frequency, which that's a redundancy all in itself, but it generates RF and it helps your body break down parasites.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Lowry's in the house. Nice. Hey, Lowry, what's going on, bro?
Dollar Vigilante has something that's kind of similar. It was old Tesla kind of stuff that they use as well. That kind of technology. That's what he was into.
Yeah. So Royal Rife came up with this machine, and he was making these scientific and medical breakthroughs that were absolutely tremendous. But then, the medical community decided they wanted to silence him and his technology. But these guys are awesome. What it is that they've purchased it. They purchased the Rife machine, right? And they use it. And it's had nothing but positive effects on their lives and their physical countenance. You know what I'm saying? And they've picked it up and run with it. And my buddy's wife basically gave testimony to what it has done for her and her family to the rest of the chat. They got to see it live. So yeah, if we rewind it, like you could see she did awesome, and she explained it much better than me sitting there bumping my gums, not knowing what the hell I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't never used it. But she has. Hey, Saab's in here, so everybody's in here. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all for coming in, man.
He must have jumped over and saw the same thing I saw. It's like, look, let me go.
Yeah,
join Iron for a minute.
I appreciate y'all coming in, blessing the channel, y'all. Thank you. So, all right, let's get back to, we're going to go back to the map. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to break down that last description that speaks on Egypt. So let me zoom in a little bit for all you guys that know how to read Italian. Bravo. Oh, there we go. There it is. So Legito, de Legito. So it says of Egypt, and it says from Egypt. He believed at the time that Egypt was already all seas, but that afterwards a large flood of the Milo River for a long time towards Ethiopia brought such a large quantity of mud and earth, and it was oh wow, a lot. You see that, a large flood afterward, a large flood uh, of mud and earth, and that it was made into the most beautiful and fertile country. So one of the things that we were taught about Egypt is that the Nile floods often, right? And then one of the best things that it was known for was how it flooded and how it made those parts that were flooded, how it made it super fertile. And it was like well known for that. Um, I wonder if that's what they're alluding to. But it continues. The writers divide Egypt into two parts, upper and lower. The lower one facing the Red Sea, and the upper one Dun and the city of Thebes. Thebes, Theb, as in Bravo, Thebes, which in ancient times had 100 gates, as Homer says in the Iliad, giving it which has 100 gates, and from each one emerged two men, armed scoundrels, in which the kings of Egypt, later in Memphis and laterly, I didn't know that was a word, but all right, cool. Later in Memphis and laterly in Alexandria, used to live, and they are called Ptole- Ptol- Ptolemies. They're called Ptolemies, kind of like the philosopher Ptolemy. They're called Ptolemies. If you don't know, Ptolemies, Ptolemies, having in ancient times been called pharaohs as a name, just as we call emperors Caesars. Close to you, and the city of Tain was given to the wicked Pharaoh by the Jewish people, who were then freed by Moses at the will of God, crossing the Red Sea, and with 2 cents in the Holy Land, and with 2 cents in the Holy Land. Let me read that last part again. Okay, starting with and they were called Ptolemies, having in ancient times been called pharaohs as a name, just as we call emperors Caesars. Close to you, and the city of Tain was given to the wicked Pharaoh by the Jewish people, who were then freed by Moses at the will of God. Give me 1 second. I'm going to let you in. Crossing the Red Sea, and with 2 cents in the Holy Land. That's what it reads. Let me bring you in, Sav.
What's up?
Welcome, Sav. Welcome, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic.
All right,
Fantastic.
family. We got Sav Soul, the Unchained Mind, and we also have
What's up, Big
Buddy.
Sub? Didn't I just see you, man?
Yeah, man. I'm right in the I'm coming to you from in the path of that hurricane, man.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, oh man, the one of the tributaries to the Shenandoah River, we went down to take a look at it. That thing was 3 times as wide as it normally is, and it's receded back. Last night it was flooded all the way up to the road, man.
I went kayaking earlier today. Brought my wife and one kid. The other kid was working, but that was interesting. I was trying to get back because the current, man, that thing was moving.
Yeah.
What?
Video.
Yeah, that hurricane ain't playing, huh?
No, it dropped a lot of rain, and it's still. I don't think all of it has come down off the mountains yet.
Okay.
So that can, so yeah, it's kind of like, okay, I think this is as bad as it's going to get, and then you end up, oh wait, it's worse. That water hadn't reached us yet.
Huh? Damn, man. Yeah. Damn, it's just gonna get crazier. Before I continue, want to give a shout out to Iron Realm Media. Welcome, Iron Realm.
Right on.
Jehovah's daughter. It's always a pleasure. I haven't greeted you yet, but now that I see you, greetings. It's amazing to have you here once again. Thank you. A lot of people were holding it down, Jehovah's daughter, while you were gone, and they were doing it. But I was giving you a shout out along with Maria Walker, Shannon Emerson, and the like. You guys do amazing work. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys do. and you guys do amazing work. It sound like a broken record, but I guess you guys understand what it is I'm saying. Iron Realm Media, welcome. It's good to have you. I guess, yeah, you're Iron Works. I'm Iron Work. So I know a lot of y'all be mixing us up, but make sure
Iron
you give a
Realm and
shout
Iron
out.
Works.
Yeah, make sure you give a shout out to Iron Realm Media and give him a like, give him a sub. Make sure you look at his content. He's got great stuff over here. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Yeah. So again, Dave, we're here deep, knee deep in the map again.
I think I have a 30-inch by 30-inch replica of that map.
Yeah.
And I have to get a custom frame because I can't find a frame that'll fit it.
So it's
I'll have to have a custom. It's 30 by 30. I ordered it right from the David Rumsey site.
All right.
Two and a half feet by 2.5 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, that's what's up. Now, y'all, I wish I could stay on. I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm gonna have to get off here. I've got my friends here, my shipmates actually. These are my old shipmates
nice.
that we're here for a reunion. Yeah. But man, it was a pleasure having you guys on. You guys are amazing. Man, I wish you guys were on here earlier. We were talking about Royal Rife. We had my buddy's wife on here. She did basically a demonstration and explanation you've heard of the Rife machine.
Yeah.
They have
the AMA had a banquet in his honor. And to the end of all disease.
Really? The AMA.
Yeah, they did.
What is the AMA?
The American Medical Association.
In his honor. I think that's hilarious that they even bring him up just so they can push things like the cocoa juice. You know what I'm saying?
It was like all then it was pushed under the rug. It was just pushed under the rug.
That's what I'm saying. But these guys, let me tell you, these guys use the Rife machine, and it has worked wonders for them. So before we even got onto the maps, my buddy's wife came on here and she explained how the Rife machine has just been like an electronic prayer for them.
Wow.
And how well it's worked for them. And it's basically rid their life of all those parasites. And I'm talking about it, and I'm talking about it again because I think this is something that we should totally look into.
Yeah.
Right. And if you haven't got one, consider it. It could start knocking things out. And this is a disclaimer. I'm not a medical doctor or nothing like that. But if you already got the ailments, look to this machine to help rid you of these problems. You know what I'm saying? It'll rid you of a lot more than just those parasites, because those bills are parasites too. The health insurance is parasites too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. That's something that gets me too, is the number of commercials and ads and billboards and shit that you look, what percentage of them are about healthcare or doctors or medication. And it's like, what in the fuck? Is everybody sick? Why is everybody so damn sick?
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
They want to feed you that medicine, them pills. They want to feed you this poison over and over again. And they want you knee deep in the poison, man, to where once you take those pills, you're going to have to take other pills to counter those pills, and then more. And then it's a never ending cycle. This Rife machine has done these guys wonders. You know what I'm saying? And if we start looking into it,
what do they run? What's average cost of one of them things?
Well, for let me show you. I'm going to show you guys what this thing, right? This is the one that we're used to seeing. This right here. Hold on. I'm going to change my display a little bit.
Gotcha.
All right? Just bear with me. Zip, 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 zip. Boom.
What state are you in, Ironworks? Where you live?
Virginia.
You're in Virginia. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So I'm actually close to Sav.
Okay, then you're not too far from me either. Then
He's in between us.
Oh, okay.
So right here,
I might just have to come to your house, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
I might have to come try it out and see how it works, and if it works, then I'll go buy one.
Well, I don't have one. This isn't. Yeah, this is
I
my.
thought maybe you were gonna borrow it.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna get my own. You know what I'm saying? Because this thing,
What if you do?
Amazing. This machine. And it comes with these probes. Don't worry, you ain't got to. Yeah, Saab was worried. He was like, I ain't got to lube it up or nothing like that. Saab was like, uh-oh. I was like, yeah, bro, it ain't that kind of probe. But inside these, I don't know what the solution is, but the little rocks are crystals. They're quartz.
Probably like a salt water, I would imagine.
I was thinking it might be a saline, but inside this is quartz. And with the quartz is copper. And these probes, these are the probes right here, right? 2 of them. And then the machine. This is the stuff that we're used to seeing
with
on
cloud
the
busters. Have you seen those?
Say again?
Cloud busters, where you can break up the clouds and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty similar kind of technology, it looks like.
And then you have this. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, we do.
So it is a list of frequencies. This is a list of frequencies.
Okay.
That they tune. It tunes it to the proper frequency, and then it helps you bust up whatever your ailment is. Let me tell you, the stuff that the way they said, for the guys that were here earlier, I'm sure they thought this thing is an absolute miracle, because the way it functions, this Rife machine, is that they'll take a sample of their DNA, they'll put it inside this DNA reader that's attached to the Rife machine. The Rife machine then looks at their whether they take a mouth swab or piss, whatever. It looks at their DNA, gives them a list of whatever the ailments are that they have. It tunes to the proper frequency, right? They have an antenna in here to help. It will tune to the proper frequency, send that frequency to their aura or them, and it'll destroy whatever the hell they got.
Hey, if you figure it out, man, I'm gonna come down and I'll be buying one too if you show me how to use it. I have a hydrogen machine too. Hydrogen water, and also for breathing.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. That one I've never heard about. Like this Rife machine is something that I've heard about. I've always thought it was interesting, but I never went any further with it. Now that I've seen somebody else has it and it actually has they get something positive from it, I'm actually considering.
Did you find out a price though?
It's like $2,500 for that thing that I showed you with the probes and stuff. Is $2,500 there? I would imagine the whole setup would run you close to $4,000, around $4,000 for the entire setup, along with the stuff that I mentioned to you. The DNA read is like $300 or something like that. Not much, but if you want to be safe, I would say shell aside $4,000. They also have it to where you can pay it in installments if you can't pay it outright, which is fine, right? But I think it's absolutely worth the money.
I'm seeing that you can get one of these kits. You can get one for anywhere between 250 and 350 euros. I'm using a VPN, so it's showing me everything in game money.
Okay.
Yeah, like here's one for 315, and they all seem different. There's one that looks kind of like what you were showing.
Yeah,
for 250 euros.
Yeah, I'm sure they're different in some kind of way, but I'm gonna look at getting one myself. Right, these guys.
It looks like there's different models.
Yeah,
like you can get there's one that looks completely different. There's another one that looks like it came from Star Trek. It's got a little LED, a little screen on it, and all kinds of shit. 315. Radio frequency micro needling. Oh, it's all in Dutch. Damn it.
Yeah. Like these guys, they have a system. They have this, and really that's all it is, right? Once you get a system going, once you get a system figured out, like the rest, is easy. You just you provide what it is, your issue is, your ailment. You used to give the sample of your DNA, and then it once it sees it's yours, it will tune it to whatever the ailment is, and it will destroy the ailment. It'll send it a resonating frequency and shatter it as if it were a glass. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But the thing is, nobody has them. Nobody uses them. Nobody knows. You don't know what you don't know, right? Or nobody really gives it much credence because you don't hear about it much. You don't hear, nobody really talks about it.
Wow. You want to hear something stupid, man? Okay, so I had to go and trim out some music. 29 seconds caused my video from last night to be blocked in different countries.
What?
29 seconds of my stream last night got my stream blocked in certain territories. And all it was is that, Sugar, baby, why you break my eyes, Sugar, why you break, yeah. That 29 seconds to it in the background of a little video clip, and they fucking blocked it in different countries. Why? What is up with this censorship bullshit, man? What is going on? I mean, it's off the charts. I mean, I'm talking 28 seconds, 29 seconds of a fucking song everybody knows. Nobody cares. Nobody tuned in to hear that song.
Wow. And they had to get rid of it?
Well, yeah, I have to mute that out now.
What?
Yeah, so I'm in the process of doing it right now so it's not blocked everywhere.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's just off the charts. I look and I get an email like a couple hours after a stream, and it'll say, "Oh, copyrighted content found at such and such, and here's 5 seconds of copyrighted material. You have to go edit that out." I'm like, you people are insane.
This is ridiculous, man.
It is. It's off the chain, man.
This is why I'm saying, man, we're more powerful than they are. We just need to take this world back. That's all it is. It's just a couple of them. There's zillions of us. We just need to recognize that. I think we just forgotten it. We've forgotten that this is our house, not theirs.
Right. They don't have nothing without us.
That's right.
That's how it works. That's how it works. They don't. If we stop playing the game, there is no game.
Yeah, they're the parasites for sure.
Absolutely.
Live off the host.
Yep.
We're the host.
Yep.
And we got to stop hosting them. That's the whole thing.
Absolutely.
That's it. Kick them out. Tell them we're done.
They steal all of our knowledge and thoughts and everything. It's just.
Yep.
They only have power because we agree.
Yes.
We agree that they do. Governo mentis, right? Governo mentis, government. It's control, governo, mentis, mind, control of the mind. So where is the state? It's whatever state your mind is in. And if you get everybody believing that they're in this fucking state where there's people that have a higher claim over your life and property than you do, and you agree to it, then you're a fucking dumb fuck. That's all. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Like I'm looking at the issue in New York right now, right? We have all these illegal aliens that were actually, I feel they were deliberately dropped in New York City for the purpose of what it is they're achieving right now. So you have all these criminals doing all this smash and grab that they call it, steal and grab, whatever it is. And all these guys are like, they're being told, just let them steal it, let them run away. And I'm like, listen. I'm like, this is how see, I'm from New York. I'm from Brooklyn, but I'm not stupid. These guys are some of the, I'm sorry to say it. If you're from New York, listen, I apologize in advance, but you're going to have to hear it. They're some of the biggest idiots in the East Coast, right? Unfortunately. And it's sad to say that I'm from there, but I lived around a bunch of fools. If you're smart, if you have your better judgment around you, right? If you know you run a store, if you know you have to hold on to money, especially large quantities of it, use your better judgment. Don't sit there waiting for the police to do anything for you because they're not. Obviously, they're not. All these stores are being hit. All these stores are being targeted. You protect it accordingly, right? Don't sit there asking to hire people with sticks because they're not going to do anything either. You get you a piece, those guys will stop. They'll stop. You have to use your better judgment. Like, don't sit there waiting for people to tell you it's okay to protect yourself. Like, you're so stupid if you do.
I want to address Derek Nelson. He says, I don't agree with Sav. They ignore me when I vote for people like Ron Paul back in 2008. They're a rogue force. Okay, so here's the problem. You voted. Okay, there's the problem. Whether your guy wins or loses, your vote is consent to the contract.
Exactly.
Okay. That means that you're down to clown for whatever happens and goes down, regardless of whether your guy wins or not. Your participation in your vote is consent to the contract. So when they tell you, if you don't vote, you don't have a right to bitch. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because you're the one that brought this dumb shit to fruition. I didn't vote for it.
Exactly. Not to mention, we live here. We're not a burden on society. We contribute. We actually contribute. We're part of the lifeblood of how all this functions, right? They're over there just making it bad for everybody. Plus, they make money off of everything we do or don't do. Or rather, everything we do, they make money off of it. We don't seem to profit off of it. And things are just going to get worse.
Yeah.
And what it is that we allow them to. So when people say, hey, I didn't vote for that, you kind of did. You kind of did. In a roundabout way. You did. You gave them, you signed that paper, you gave them permission. Yes. So when they're saying the lesser of two evils, you're still serving evil. The only way to stop it is by not adhering to evil. That's it. And so when they say
no evil.
So when they say, oh, you're stupid because they fought for your right to vote, like, no, they fought for their right to live and live well, not vote. That's some extra stuff, man. That's some extra stuff. And where we give our powers up, now they're talking about like, no. At some point, you need to say, all right, this is what we're doing. I don't know what y'all doing, but this is what we're doing. So y'all gonna have to get with the program. Y'all are gonna have to catch up. We're done playing your game. And so it goes back to what's going on in New York. These idiots are still trying to they're waiting for an election. The election's not going to change anything.
No.
It's just going to get worse.
Yeah. And what they don't understand is there's no left and right up there. It's only out here. It's only out here. They're all in on it together. Okay. And here's proof of it. The fake assassination. The fake assassination attempt is proof of that, because even the media is complicit. How come no motherfuckers are going, dude, how did your ear heal up, man? Why did you lie about getting shot in the fucking ear? No, they're all pretending like it really happened. And now they're adding, look, newly found footage of a fucking cop going up and oh, look, this newly found footage, and you can see a guy running from the water tower and all this other. And it's like, dude, what part of stage production don't you get?
That's an excellent point. Nobody's talking about it. I'm waiting for them to say, hey, you can't talk about the assassination attempt no more. It's going to turn into the shot. You can't talk about it no more. It's because it's fake. What you're saying is fake. Our narrative is a
misinformation.
Exactly. Saab, man, we need to bring this up, because you know who else isn't talking about it? The dang Globe people, the Globe Shields. They are all Confederate to the same nonsense. This is why they don't deserve any. That's why I'm not mentioning the normal names that we mention all the time, right? Not even bringing them up, because I'm not giving them power anymore. Just like you said, they don't need it, right? They don't need it. If they were real about their craft, if they were serious about what it is they do, this is the stuff that we're discussing, the stuff that's important to us, they would talk about as well. Yeah. Their whole purpose in life is to keep the truth from everybody. So they don't talk about any of the stuff. They're not talking about no rife machine. No, the map looked different, this and that. They ain't talking about health and wellness and why the government is crooked and and a solution to these problems. They have no solutions, nothing but problems, right? And why we're a problem. They have nothing for anybody. So if there's somebody in this chat that belongs to the Globe or thinks like the Globe, I need you, right? Not necessarily to believe what we're saying, but see what the evidence is right in front of your face. Look at our content, right? What we discuss and what we consider serious business. Compare it to what they consider serious business. These people that we're talking about are going to talk about experiments that are going to be held on the Alpha Centauri and stuff that don't even exist. Absolute bullshit
I
and
know,
lies.
right? Fantasy bullshit, right?
Yeah. Nothing.
And see,
Nothing.
Here's the kind of thing that keeps them like they're so into this crap. Like, okay, like with this Trump thing. And do you remember last time there was two ladies, Diamond and Silk? You remember
Silk,
Diamond?
yes. Yeah.
So you know what happened, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so one of them two ladies, they died.
Yes, that I know. Yes.
Due to, right?
I did.
And the other one blames Trump with his Operation Warp Speed, and you don't hear shit out of the one that's still alive anymore at all. How come everybody forgot all about Diamond and Silk and all that? They forgot all about that shit. Now we're on to and they're not even asking, hey man, how come your ear healed up? And his excuse was this. He said, this was no shit. He was talking just yesterday or whatever. And he said, yeah, I'm a really fast healer.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see if I can find that. I have that.
Jeez. And you want to know
I'm a
something?
really fast healer.
And people fall for it. Not this crowd. Not you guys. You guys are straight. You guys are straight. But there are enough people, there are enough sheep out there that's going to eat this nonsense. And then they're going to take that to quote unquote the ballot box with them. And they're going to be like, wow, our president, we need to protect. It's like, no, we need to let them eat themselves, because this is the BS that we're talking about. And we can't play this game no more. Like, man, I thank God that I'm here with these guys and they could bring up the Rife machine, because we could discuss the map. We could discuss Tartaria and stuff like that. But the real meat and potatoes is things like the Rife machine. Lord knows how many people in this chat are going to take information like that and do something positive with it. You know what I'm saying? My thing is we have, at least, if not for everybody, at least we have a solution for somebody, right? And at least you could take this information and you could heal yourself. And if not yourself, you could heal somebody else, or you could heal a whole bunch of people, right? And not only are you benefiting yourself, you're benefiting somebody else and somebody else's family. These people of the globe, these people in government is nothing but those parasites that we're talking about, that the Rife machine is getting rid of. They bring nothing to the table, absolutely nothing. And if you dick suckers are over there listening, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You bring nothing to nobody. You're absolutely useless. You're absolutely useless. You do nothing for anybody, and you bring nothing but headaches to people. Right. And you guys are becoming the way of the dinosaur, and I love it. The only good that you have is we have something adversarial. You always need to have a balance. You always need to have a yin and a yang. Really, that's all you do, is provide that kind of balance. Other than that, you guys are like titties on a board. Useless, absolutely useless. And you bring nothing of quality, nothing of sense and nurturing. You don't do anything. You do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
it's like the horizon. It was physical, and now it's optical. Right?
Now it's optical. So you do nothing. You're useless. And I think guys like Jeranism, hey, in order for him to grow his viewership, and I'm not trying to tell somebody with my little paltry, numbers, it's fine. But because I consider the chat and guys like you, I consider what I have quality. You know what I'm saying? So it's separating good wheat from crap wheat. So we have a quality group within the chat and that sub to the channel, right? So I take what it is you guys think and what it is you guys say, whether you agree or not. I take that seriously. A lot of these other channels that don't necessarily take this information and do something with it. I'm like, man, maybe you could grow, maybe you could populate what it is you already have if you use this information and you get rid of that nonsense, like those people that we're talking about that bring nothing. Like, we have these debates with these people, but why are we having debates with them, man? They're done. Their time is up. We need to
They
push
just want to
things.
host, man. They're parasites. Host.
Well,
That's all it is.
Listen,
No.
I've heard everything that FTFE has to say. Okay.
Yes.
And when this guy, he's trying to act like sound like he's all smart and shit. And he tells me that he's showing me a picture of gravity. Okay. What am I going to do with that? All right. When I have Michael Toon come on here and tell me about a column of fucking air that doesn't goddamn exist without a container shaped like a column, I might add. You know, I mean, these people, I've heard everything that they've got to say. They've been measured, they've been weighed, and they've been found lacking.
Yes.
So bring us some fresh meat. We're tired of the old, stale, pasty fucking bitches. Let's get some real ones here.
Yeah. And I mean, unless they're going to bring something of value to the discussion, unless they're going to unless they have a solution, unless they have something, even if it's a possible solution for the team, if they have something for the community, I'm all ears, I'm all eyes. But other than that, you stay your ass in your fucking globe and you figure that bullshit out. Stay the fuck over there, please.
All right.
Because you don't provide anything of value to this place.
See what Barbara
Nothing.
said? See what Barbara said? She says, not everyone, where to go? Not everyone deserves a seat at the cool kids table. You need an open mind first, man.
Yes, yes. And I'm sorry. Guys, I was doing good, not losing my mind the whole time. I was doing great.
You did great, man.
I was doing good, but every once in a while it comes out, man. I think what it is also is that we're scaling back. We're keeping these people, their names and their likeness out of our discussions. And I think this is progress for us. This is a way that we're like, okay, we were there, we were in the mud for a while. Now it's time to move on. Right?
Yeah, they've been cooked. They're overdone. They've been in the oven too long, man. Just throw the shit out. And,
exactly.
Like you said, just find some new meat because that meat's already stale, old, and burn up, man. Let it go.
Exactly. And now we're in the map, which probably has been, tackled a million times, but getting a fresh perspective, getting fresh minds and fresh eyes on it, I think it's absolutely important. You know what I'm saying?
Maria,
fresh eyes, fresh mind.
Maria, we talked about Rising Earth on my channel as well. We've talked about it on Flatzoids. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's like, if they can't understand that effect that they're claiming is caused by an upward rising Earth, that the speed would have to be continuously increasing in order to maintain the effect, by which means we would go
a billion miles.
We would be going multiple times the speed of light and increasing all the time. So it's ridiculous. It's because they don't understand displacement as a force.
Yeah. And then I was just watching a production from David Weiss the other day. He had with some theoretical physicist and another guy. And they were arguing with him about buoyancy and density and how it's different from gravity. And I was like my stomach was like, bro, just go somewhere else. Just change the channel. I was
it's very simple. It's either the medium is going to displace the object or the object is going to displace the medium.
That's it.
Okay, it's that simple.
That's it. You saw the guy like cutting Dave Weiss off consistently, and I was like, forget it, man. I was like, forget it, man. Mm-hmm. These guys, they get wrapped around their own words, their own English. They overanalyze stuff, and then they get caught up in the mire to where they're like, no, it's wrong because it actually says this. And I'm like, no, your words, you're using more words than you need. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It pretty much, like, you got Archimedes' principle, and then you have Newton's law, right? Which Archimedes' principle wins. It's not Newton's law, excuse me, Newton's theory, and Archimedes' principle, which is concrete. The theory could go away. The concreteness of the principle.
People don't know that Newton did not, although he wrote this and postulated it, he didn't publish it. Hey! He didn't publish it because he literally said he didn't want to be associated with it because it was preposterous to suggests that there's a force without any force being applied. Okay. And they didn't publish it until after he died.
Yeah.
Wow. To where he has
So-
no say so.
That's right. And so this is what you got with this. And they say Newton said, yeah, but Newton didn't really stand by it. Okay. This was a theory that he wrote down. He wrote a paper on it. He didn't even publish it. He didn't want to be associated with it. And it seems to be like their magic duct tape. Well, the first thing they like to jump to is, well, in a vacuum chamber. Okay, let's stop you right there. What did you change
The
in
medium.
the vacuum chamber between there and out here? What was the independent variable that was changed in that drop test? It was the medium. How about that? And you didn't really achieve a true vacuum, so all you did was make a less dense medium.
Yeah.
And of course, something is always denser than the air, a solid object denser than the air. Okay. So what happened was that the displacement ratio between the object and the medium determined whether or not it was going to rise or fall. That's all. Now, if we lived underwater, what if we were aquatic creatures and we lived on the surface of the ocean floor? What would our physics be like now?
True.
Okay.
True.
So it would be completely different, right? We would say all things on Earth fall at
The rate.
3.1 meters per.
Yes, per exactly.
Right. Everything would be completely fucking different, backwards, upside down. And it goes to show that those physics that they say are laws are not laws. They're dependent on the medium. And there is never a condition where an object is not subject to a medium.
Yep.
Never.
Yep.
That's
So-
right. And the mediums change. The higher you climb in elevation, the medium changes. The air gets thinner, right? So thin you can't even breathe until we get to a place to where it's 14.7, right? At sea level, we can breathe. We can begin to breathe because the amount of air pressure that's being pushed on our lungs, our alveolus and stuff like that, all the little molecules and stuff like that in our lungs could take in the breathable air and do what it needs to do with it. Now, when we change the medium one more time by getting in the water, we can no longer breathe. It's too much pressure on our lungs to breathe that. So we can't breathe it. And it's too little pressure in our lungs to breathe that. We can't breathe that. We're in the Goldilocks zone of breathability, I guess you could say. Right.
Well, it's the same thing. If you take those really bizarre creatures that live down near in the real extreme depths of the ocean, they got little lights that hang from them and shit. You know, even because there's no light penetrates down there. If you try to bring them up to shallow depths, it'll kill them.
That's right. That exactly
same as it does to us. Because
Exactly.
they're suited to that pressure environment. Now, what is that pressure caused by? Why is there pressure on you? It's because you're displacing the medium. The medium wants to be where you are. But unfortunately, two things cannot occupy the same space at the same time. So my mere presence, my inert presence, creates a force on the medium. So what does that mean? That means that displacement is a force.
And you want to know something? That's a really good point, because you could go deep sea fishing, like super deep sea fishing, catch one of them crazy creatures that are in, like, I forgot what they call that area. It's like the no zone, the RO zone, something crazy, to where those things live
down in the Marianas Trench. And shit.
Down in the Marianas Trench. Those things live at such an extreme pressure. They could still be in water, but the amount of pressure is so small on them. It's almost as if you're it's a low pressure environment,
like
even
us.
though it's still what exactly to where when, like Saab said, when you bring them up, they can't live. But if you bring them up fast enough, what happens is their organs start to explode because of the low pressure that's no longer being exerted on their body. Case in point is this. So you have a you have a high flyer, right? His name was Kittinger. Joseph Kittinger. He was a former Air Force pilot. Joe Kittinger was also a Vietnam vet. Died recently, actually. He was like 96, 97 years old, something like that. Pretty old guy, right? He was the guy that pioneered the super high jumps. So the guy that did the Felix Baumgartner, he coached Felix Baumgartner into jumping out the Red Bull joint and doing those Red Bull jumps, right? He coached him for that because he pioneered the
Because he
highest
held
jumps.
the world record of the highest skydive at 102,800 feet
Yes,
from
he did.
1960 until 2012.
That's right. So he ran, I think it was called Excelsior 1. I think it was during Excelsior 2 or Excelsior 1. I forget which, but Excelsior means like higher, much higher, or ever higher, right? And so what he was doing during those Excelsior jumps was he was getting higher than the last time he jumped. One of those freaking jumps, there was a tear in his glove. Do you know what happened? His hand blew up to the size of a freaking baseball mitt.
Oh my God.
That's what happens with the lack of pressure. So I said all that just to give you a demonstration, real-time demonstration. Well, not real-time now, but
when you think 14.7 pounds per square inch, now there's these idiots think that's the weight of the air. That's not the weight of the air. That's the amount of force that's exerted on every square inch of whatever object is displacing the medium. Okay.
yes,
The bottom, the top, the sides, every part of the body or the object that is displacing the medium is experiencing that amount of pressure on its surface area.
yep.
It has nothing to do with weight. Okay.
Yes. And see, Saddlebomb knows it. Saddlebomb says it right here at the bottom. Right? So Saddlebomb
Sovereign,
knows.
what's your weight up there in the ISS, man?
Nothing.
Something
man.
wrong.
Yeah.
What's he say?
I'm just floating. Look, I'm just
Yeah,
floating.
I see it. I see it. Something wrong. Is he back there? Where is he?
Yeah.
There he is.
Hey,
There he is.
something wrong.
Something wrong's
Wait,
attached
wait,
to one.
wait. Let me push myself back. Oh, there we go. I started
All
tilting
right.
a little bit too much.
14.7, man.
Something wrong's attached to one of them fishing lines, man. That's being that's pulling them up there in the ISS. Lord knows. But yeah, Saddlebomb knows. Snapper, codfish, eyes, lungs pop out if you reel them in, especially if you reel them in too fast. Reel them up too fast to the surface, that's exactly what's going to happen. Eyes, lungs, all that stuff is going to like pop out their head, spill out their mouth, all these things, right?
Yeah,
And
you can do
so-
it in a catfish, even. I mean, it's not real difficult to do.
Yeah.
You'll
So
see their
these-
eyeballs just hanging.
Yep. And this is a lack of pressure. And this is you're changing the pressure, right?
Yeah,
You
man.
put on those animals that belong at depth.
Well, it's
That
the
belong
equalization. If you've ever seen the rail car that they implode, they took that tanker rail car and
Yes.
they got it down to, they didn't even get it down to half what it was outside. I think about 8.5 pounds per square inch is all they took it down to on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, oh, look at that. That thing got sucked in. No, it didn't. The air outside pushed it in
Yes.
because
Yep.
it wanted to be equal. Everything wants to equalize. Always. Everything. Hot to cold. Everything wants to equalize. There's no getting away from it. Entropy, the wonderful game for the whole family. You can't win. You can't lose. You can't even break even.
Yep. And this is part of why we're not trying to be chemists or nothing like that, but this is why. But based off of the decrease in pressure, things like boiling water, right? Because when water evaporates, it's dropping pressure and it's becoming one with the atmosphere. Like you go up
that
there.
guy last night on my show, he says, well, if you put water in a vacuum, I said, you can't have water in a vacuum. He's why? I said, it boils away.
It boils, yes. That's what happens
So
to your
what are you
blood.
talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah. That's what happens when people climb Everest and stuff like that. They die. Their water, you're basically evaporating. You are literally evaporating because you've changed elevation to such a degree that it can't sustain regular human life. You're
right.
not used to that. Exactly. So you begin to evaporate. You literally boil. Your blood boils.
Yeah.
People don't realize.
It's not necessary. It's not hot. It's not hot. That's the thing. It's not hot, but you have the boiling effect. And there it is. You can replenish the vacuum and immediately stick your finger in the water, and no temperature change is taking place.
Yep.
So it's it'll evaporate very quickly, as any boiling water will do, because it's in a rapid process of evaporation, equalization with the surrounding pressure. Without the pressure that we feel here on the Earth, we wouldn't even have liquid water.
That's right. That's exactly it. And all liquid water is it's another medium. That's all it is. It's just another medium. And this is simple. I know it sounds like we're talking about it and it's long and drawn out, but really that's to put it in super simple terms. It's as simple as that. We can demonstrate these things here on Earth, as opposed to a lot of these people of the globe that claim they need this machine or that machine, or we can see it because we can like we can put it on a computer program. And it's like, no, you're making that up. Like we can show it here on Earth. We can demonstrate these things.
Right.
We don't need
That's
some
why
lies.
I see these people when I try to tell them, and this is one of the first things a Globetard will do. I say, can you demonstrate a definitive volume of gas without a container? Well, look at Jupiter's a gas giant. No, Jupiter cannot be a gas giant because of what I just said. You cannot have a ball of gas ever.
The sun, man, it's hydrogen.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know what? Yeah, see, you don't even know what the sun is made out of.
Yeah, right. And they say, oh, well, we use spectroscopy. Well, using spectroscopy in the fashion that they're using it is pseudoscience. Yep. Okay, because if you're going to analyze a sample of something, first of all, it has to be isolated. Now, you mean to tell me that you're using a telescope looking through several different mediums at a spectrum of light, supposedly millions of miles away, and because it looks a certain way, you're telling me that that's a gas? Well, your scientific mind should already tell you that there's no possible way to have a ball of gas. Ever.
It should.
It's not ever going to fucking happen. Gas does not have a specific shape or volume outside of containment due to the fact that the molecules are not bonded to one another, and they are subject to free elastic collisions. They are not affected by gravity, even if it existed.
It's going to be like, well, the gravity of it all says, and that's what they're going to always run to, their little gravity corner. Their gravity is their God, right? And so they're going to latch onto that gravity like damn a baby to a tit. Every time. Gravity. Yep.
Velcro.
Yep. Exactly. They're going to latch onto that thing like a baby to a tit every single time. It's going to be that gravity. That's why the gas comes down the way it do. Well, that's funny because helium's a gas too, last I checked, and so is hydrogen. But for whatever reason, they oppose the whole gravity thing that everybody keeps talking about.
Well, I always ask them, well, can you demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, or at the very least, the downward force of air? No, you can't.
That's
so
right.
What does that mean? That means
well, they always say, well, if I put something in a vacuum, that's what they always get to immediately. Well, if I use a vacuum, and did you see the feather flew and it went down at the same?
Yeah, the feather and the brick.
The first thing they'll say is in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insanity.
And where does a vacuum exist? Where does a vacuum exist in nature? A vacuum has to be created, and it needs containment.
That's right.
That is containment. And you want to know something? They're always going to say, oh, you just bring it to space and be like, you're like, you need a container. And they're going to be like, well, what are you going to say the container is? Be like, I don't know. The firmament? I don't know. But see, at least we understand the limits to our knowledge.
Right.
Really, you have to, at some point, you have to draw the line and say, look, they speculate, they claim this, but we need a container for the things that you want, for the things that you're expecting to happen. We need a container, but we don't know. We don't fully know. We truly don't know.
Right.
And so it's
just like this. As soon as you bring that up, okay, this is a fact. Any specific volume of gas requires containment. No ands, ifs, or buts.
Yep.
That is a reality. Okay. And
That's
until
right.
it is proven otherwise, it is going to remain so.
Even the
that's
methane straight out your butthole needs containment. I mean, my God.
Now the thing is the next thing they'll do is say, oh, well, where is your dome and how big is it? And can you prove it's there? It's like, wait. No, I don't know how big it is. I don't know what shape it is. I don't know what it's made of. I do know it has to exist because if it didn't, we would not have air to breathe. Okay, that's the simple. I don't need to see a cow to know that the T-bone steak that I have in front of me came from one. Okay, I know a cow is involved because it's fucking steak.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Exactly.
So do I need to see a picture of a cow to verify that that's steak? No, I don't.
Mm-hmm. And these guys are just gonna sit there and be like, well, technically that doesn't make any sense, because if you knew anything about space, you'd know that the vacuum that we're talking about is actually beyond and it's like, dude, did you not hear what we just said?
Right.
But they can't, but you see, their thing is they have to have an answer for everything.
Right.
Because as soon as we understand, hey, there's a limit to the things that we truly know. Like there just is. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with
we have a pressure gradient.
Oh, that's the best one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you understand that the word pressure is the antecedent of gradient, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you do require that that the containment is the natural antecedent to pressure. So stop putting the cart before the horse. All right. In order to have your gradient. Now, another thing, here's another thing too, is that here on the earth, down here at Earth, this is where all the gases are produced. This is where the majority of the water moisture vapor is at as well. Okay.
Yes.
And due to Dalton's law being one of the many gas laws that are in effect at one time in a dynamic fluid pressure system, the sum pressure is the addition of all the pressures of each individual element within that gaseous mixture.
Yep.
Okay. As you rise in elevation, these gases, which are concentrated here at the surface of the earth because that's where they're produced, dissipate as they go upward and also become subject to temperature changes, which lowers the pressure of a gas. So now we've got lower temperature and we lose some of the elements. We start losing water vapor. We start losing other of the more denser elements so that the other free expansion of these lighter elements go up, right? So this is the reason you have a pressure gradient. It has nothing to do with gravity at all. It has to do with the heating and the cooling of these various gases, where they are produced and where they dissipate to. It's that freaking simple, man. Why is it warmer down at the earth? Because the earth is absorbing the warmth and reflecting it back.
Yes.
Just look at a pond in the evening.
Yep.
Why is there evaporation happening? Why do you see that mist coming up on it? Because that water's warmer than the air is. Why? Because it was heated throughout the day and retained that temperature.
And not to mention the pressure is a little bit greater down here than it is up there. As you get up there, notice how the temperature starts to get a little bit cooler.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It starts to cool
and also,
off. Yes.
You don't have the higher concentration of the gases in the gaseous mixture because of dissipation.
Yes.
Right. Bringing buttered biscuits fart back into play. You kind of get a little faint whiff, but as you get closer to the epicenter of the fart, it gets stronger, right? This is due to dissipation.
Now, if you watch people, some people will try to like pass it along. They'll catch it in their hand, and then they'll try to that containment.
Yeah.
You see the containment there? You have to move it.
It don't work without the containment, y'all.
Listen, I destroyed the Valley Mall one time back when I used to drink. This was terrible. We was going Christmas shopping, and I'd had a couple 40 ounces of that I think it was Hurricane or Steel Reserve or something. And we'd
Oh
been
my
to,
God, Steel Reserve's the worst.
oh, dude, and we'd been to the Chinese food buffet too, right?
Oh,
So we're walking through the Valley Mall, and I'm dropping these fucking bombs that it was so bad. Okay, so you know that place you go by that has all the smell good candles and shit in it,
oh,
right? And
yeah.
people love to go in there because it smells so good, man. I dropped one in the doorway of that place, and there were people starting to walk into that place and going, oh, and turning around and walking out. Now, the worst part of it was, is I was dropping these things. I got to the end of the mall and I started turning around to walk back the other way. And I'm seeing people walking into those farts for the first time going, oh my God, what the fuck? No shit. It cleared out that smell good candle store. It was horrible. It was the worst thing. They just stayed in a concentrated area and just did not dissipate for some reason. It was really nasty.
Smell like you were burning a chitlin incense in there, something like that.
Oh my God. I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah.
I had tears streaming down my face because I was watching these people. I said, watch this lady. She's like, oh.
What kind of candles y'all burning in here?
Right?
Yeah, man.
Well, Gwyneth Paltrow was selling a candle that smelled like her vagina.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's no kidding.
God.
You can Google
I remember that. Yeah, I remember she was selling something crazy. I'm surprised nobody slapped the hell out of her.
So it
for that.
smelled like fish? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know what it smelled. It smelled like, I don't know.
No. Somebody close your legs.
Cat likes it.
Oh, man. She was like deep sea Venus. Deep sea Venus. This is my favorite. Oh, Lord have mercy. Family, yo, I'm gonna have to cut up out of here. We're 4 hours and like 15 minutes deep. It was amazing, y'all.
We're devolving, Vlad.
Yeah, right. Shucks. I'm gonna have to cut up out of here.
Cooch candles and shit now.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Oh, this was just him real quick. This was Trump real quick about his ear.
Yeah. Let's see this one.
It's a hell of a shot, but I'm a fast healer. Pretty much recovered.
Pretty much.
No,
Yeah.
it didn't hit that. I got very lucky. It just hit the lobe, as they call it.
That's not the lobe.
Yeah, a little bit, not much. On top, on immigration, a little bit.
That's it.
He's a pretty good liar. He actually didn't touch his nose or anything. You usually kind of notice, but yeah, he tried to stare it and try to.
I'm a really good healer.
But he called. Wait, is the upper part the lobe?
No, this is the lobe. He just said shit.
Thought.
He just said shit.
It hit the lobe, and I'm like, I know I ain't the smartest dude around. I know I'm not. Thank you. I know I'm not. I was like, that's the lobe? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what's up with this dude, man? And they're just like, oh, okay. What the fuck you mean you're a really fast healer? How is your physiology different than other people's, man? What's up? You're like almost 100 years old and shit, and you heal up better than I do, and I'm 58. Get out of here.
He heals up better than damn Deadpool and Wolverine combined. Are you kidding me? Both of those.
He got adamantium in his fucking ear.
Yeah. Oh, it scraped the lobe. It's like saying, man, check out my stomach lining right here, man. Look at my stomach lining.
Where the fuck did all that blood come from then?
Bro. Oh, from the little packet, the little ketchup packet that he slapped his forehead, the side of his head with.
Look, he knows that these fucking people are so goddamn brain dead. He can just run this. He don't have to be. He just.
Yeah, man. And you want to know something? And I just find it remarkable. People are still talking about an election. I'm like, here you are being lied to. Just one of the biggest, it's just perpetual lie on top of lie. It's like, dude, people think the last lie we came out of was the thing that happened in 2020. I'm like, no, the last lie was like 20 minutes ago. It's always happening.
Yes.
Like, you can't stop the lies, dude.
I know, right? I know. It's remarkable, and the people just go along. They just go right along with it, man.
Yeah.
I mean, even their reporter, it was I'm a real good healer. So yeah, okay. All right. Well, what about the immigration policy? No, wait a minute, motherfucker.
Yeah,
You're
no.
how
Yeah.
what are you, Jesus?
Yeah, no. Let's talk about that ear, dog. Let's
Yeah.
talk about that new ear that you got. Let's talk about that, please. Let's talk about that. We gonna have to you're gonna have to put me on to your cosmetologist or whatever that is, because that looked like
Right?
a whole new. That ear looks better than the last one. What happened?
I mean,
Your
he
new
got a new
ear.
ear, and Joe Biden grew 6 inches. So I mean,
Yeah,
shit, who knows what's going on?
Maybe
yeah.
they got a frequency on that Royal Rifle machine that you're not aware of, man. That's what
Exactly. Hey,
yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
yeah. Be like, I got a cousin that broke his ankle, man. I'd like to know what you put on that ear, some Geritol, whatever it is, because he needs some of that right now. But
Oh, hold
family,
on.
yo, I got to
we
get up
gotta
out of
let it go.
here. I appreciate y'all, everybody that's coming into the house right now. Make sure to like, share, sub. We really appreciate that. Oh my God, are you serious? Oh no. No, butter. No. Don't do it, bro.
You mentioned it, man. I was like, wait, I think I got some around here.
No.
Oh no,
don't
God,
do
no
it.
way.
Oh,
In case nobody knew what that was, now you know.
now you
When
know.
you did
And
that song of I don't need no rocking chair,
you know,
Geritol or your Medicare. There it
yeah,
is. All right,
it's
now you know
real,
what he's
y'all.
talking about. All right.
It's real, y'all. But
It's
family,
real.
yo, real talk. I really appreciate you guys for being here. Now I have to continue on with my day. But thank you everybody for joining. Sob Soul Unchained Mind, Buttered Biscuits, of course. Larry, look at that, the Geritol in full effect. Oh my
It's
God.
real. I'm kidding.
All right. You guys are crazy. Flatsoid, everybody, for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Many thanks. Many thanks. And of course, my buddy's wife, Holly, for being here and for demonstrating the Rife machine.
Royal
But
Rifle
if you
machine. That's
the
nice.
Royal Rife machine, that's right. Apparently it works, y'all. So do some research on it before committing to anything. Do the research. And like I said, don't take my word for it. I don't I don't I don't know that much about it. I just listen to the folks that are actually using it. They have it, they use it, they love it. It's great. Do the research before committing to anything, because it's a little bit pricey, but hey, there's no price above your health, right? Just
Right,
ask
that's
Steve
true.
Jobs. Ask Steve
Yeah.
Jobs about that. And anybody that's suffering through an ailment that's potentially life ending, right? So with all that being said, family, biscuits, you got anything buttered biscuits? Got
No,
anything for the
I
family?
appreciate you guys having me on. That's it, as
Yeah,
usual. Oh,
man.
family.
All right. Sav?
I might go live tonight. We'll see what happens, man.
Okay. All right. I might be there to join you then. But family, hey, that's all I got. But I totally appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much for sharing this day with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah. And with that, I'm going to give you my blessing. I'm going to give you guys my greeting. I wish you guys nothing but the best health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. And you already know what it is. Everybody, happy Friday. Tune in to Sob Soul's Unchained Mind tonight if he goes on. If not, always join the Ghost of Judah Tribe on his Flat Earth Friday tonight. Wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. And with that, family, I love you. I'm out. Peace.
Take care.
Peace. I'm going to